Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see everyone gathered here today. We will begin with the summit shortly. And with that, we'd like to invite everyone to please do take your seats. And with that, we'd also like to seek your cooperation to please switch your mobile phones to silent mode to avoid any disruptions later on. Also, I'll have everyone know that there will be a lucky draw later on. You stand a chance to win. I heard 500 ringgit. That's a lot. So don't forget to drop your name card in a bowl that is placed at the registration counter. So if you have not done so, please do that now before the event commences. So once again, I would like to invite everyone to please take your seats inside the ballroom as the event this morning will begin momentarily. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see everyone here on this Thursday morning. We will begin with the event momentarily. With that, we'd like to invite everyone to please come into the ballroom and take your seats. There will also be a lucky draw later on, so hopefully you have done this. You have dropped your name card in the bowl at the registration counter, and if you have not done that yet, you can do so now before the event starts, because we will be using that for a lucky draw where there will be one winner who will be taking home 500 ringgit in cash today. So don't forget to drop your name card in the bowl outside of the ballroom. In the meantime, we will begin in a few more minutes. With that, I would like to invite once again everyone, if you're still outside of the ballroom, to come in and take your seats as we will begin shortly. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everyone. A very good morning and a warm welcome to Mr. Ross Monahan, Regional Chair, International Association of Business Communicators, Professor Muhammad Said Bani, CM, Dean, President of PRCA Malaysia, Exco members of PRCA Malaysia, Datuk P. Kamalanathan, Chairman of Public Relations Practitioners Society Malaysia, esteemed speakers, PR practitioners, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sejahtera and a very good morning, everyone. My name is Nadia Azmi and I'll be your MC for today. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Public Relations and Communications Association of Malaysia, or PRCA, welcome to the Malaysia PR Summit 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, the theme is Communicating for a Better Malaysia, Reset, Reframe and Reimagine, which invites us to come together and exchange insights to chart the future of PR and communications. By resetting our approach, we challenge existing narratives and address pressing issues with fresh perspectives. The act of reframing encourages us to shift how we view societal changes, transforming division into dialogue and adversity into opportunity. Finally, by reimagining Malaysia's future, we empower citizens to dream boldly about a harmonious, innovative, and inclusive society. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an exciting day ahead filled with dynamic speakers and thought-provoking discussions. So thank you for being here, and let's make today an inspiring and memorable experience for all. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join us in welcoming the President of PRCA Malaysia, Professor Muhammad Said Bani, CM Din, to deliver his opening remarks.
Thank you, Nadia. I'll start, Nadia. The esteemed Mr. Ross Monahan, Regional Chair, International Association of Business Communicators, Datuk P. Kamalanathan, Chairman of Public Relations Practitioners Society Malaysia, my fellow Exco members, PRCA Malaysia, esteemed speakers, PR practitioners, media friends, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Welcome to the Malaysia PR Summit, finally after so many years. Malaysia PR Summit 2024. A gathering that marks a significant milestone in our journey as an industry and as a nation. With the theme of Communicating for a Better Malaysia, Reset, Reframe, Reimagine, this year's summit is not just a gathering of industry professionals, a meeting of minds, it is a call to action from all of us. It invites us to reflect on the state of our industry, tackle its challenges, and envision a future where communication shapes a stronger, more cohesive Malaysia. This summit comes at a defining moment for public relations and communications in Malaysia. Our industry, despite its undeniable impact, stands at a crossroad, often misunderstood, underestimated, and reduced to a reactive function rather than recognized as a strategic powerhouse it truly is. Many still see PR practitioners as playing a supporting role in crisis solving rather than as strategic partners and architects of narratives and influencers of perceptions. This limited understanding and misperception reduces public relations to an operational function, undermining its true potential as a powerful driver of meaningful change. Ladies and gentlemen, The PR and communication industry is a diverse field represented by practitioners from consultancy agencies and in-house teams across public and private sectors, spanning various industries. This summit also recognizes the vital roles played by in-house practitioners, addressing the unique challenges they face while fostering collaboration within the broader PR community. Every role in this industry comes with its own set of challenges and requires distinct skills and approaches to achieve success. However, practitioners must also be exposed to the broader spectrum of PR, extending beyond specific industries or government initiatives to build a well-rounded understanding and adaptability in this dynamic field. Public relations in Malaysia is at a critical juncture. Despite the industry's undeniable impact, its size, its scope and significance remain largely undefined. This lack of clarity is our first challenge. Without a proper understanding of the industry's breadth, how many practitioners do we have in this industry, their roles, and the value they bring, we cannot adequately advocate for its importance. This summit, therefore, is a step towards recognizing and measuring the true potential of public relations in Malaysia. But defining the size of the industry is just the beginning. Our second and perhaps the more pressing challenge is fragmentation. Our industry is vibrant yet divided, with practitioners often working in silos, competing rather than collaborating, and focusing on individual gains rather than collective progress. This disunity weakens our collective voice and diminishes our ability to influence the perceptions of public relations as a vital strategic function. The lack of a unified, effective governing body exacerbates the fragmentation of the PR industry. Existing organizations, which should ideally serve as platforms for PR practitioners to collaborate, to exchange ideas, and to address collective challenges, often fail to function effectively due to unhealthy competition. This leaves practitioners without a cohesive channel to voice their concerns or advocate for the industry as a united front. Furthermore, the relationship between consultants and in-house practitioners remains largely transactional, defined by a client-consultant dynamic. This narrow interaction limits the perception of PR professionals as part of a cohesive industry. The lack of a meaningful collaboration or shared understanding between these groups hinders the development of a unified professional identity and mutual respect for the unique challenges faced by different sectors within public relations. Another challenge is the limited understanding of PR's strategic role within organizations. In-house practitioners often struggle with upper management, perceiving public relations as a cost center, rather than a critical driver of organizational success. Frequently, PR is mistakenly equated with marketing or promotional tasks, reducing its credibility and limiting its strategic potential. Additionally, heavy operational workloads leave little time for in-house practitioners to focus on professional growth or broader strategic contributions, further stifling industry development. While in-house practitioners face significant hurdles in establishing their strategic value, PR consultancy agencies grapple with their own set of formidable challenges. I'm sure most of you know what I'm talking about, particularly in the areas of procurement practices, which demand urgent reform. This is very important. Procurement practices demand urgent reform. A significant challenge lies in unfair procurement practices. Tender processes often reflect a lack of understanding of the PR industry, with generic template documents featuring irrelevant or impractical requirements. Additionally, the tendency to favor foreign-based agencies or decisions based on personal relationships rather than merit undermine fair competition. The one-size-fits-all approach fails to account for difference between small and large agencies, disadvantaging small firms due to perceived resource limitations or penalizing larger agencies when budget constraints dominate selection criteria. Unrealistic deadlines, such as less than a week to submit proposals, further strain agencies. Moreover, unreasonable contract terms and excessive demands place undue pressure on agencies, forcing them to accept exploitative conditions. The persistent issue of delayed payments, sometimes stretching for months, worsens the financial strain on agencies. These critical issues require continuous advocacy for fairer, transparent procurement practices to ensure equality and sustainability for all PR agencies. Hence, born out of necessity, this summit is a rallying call to confront the challenges we face as a profession. Misperceptions, fragmentations, and systemic hurdles demand collective action and innovation. How do we unite an industry fragmented by competition and transactional relationships? How do we address unethical procurement practices and reshape PR's image as indispensable to success? Together, let us redefine our profession and unlock its full potential to drive meaningful change. The challenges we face are real. Fragmentation continues to divide us, while outdated views reduce our value, overlooking its ability to influence change and foster trust. The rapid rise of digital transformation and social media further complicates our ability to manage narratives effectively, while unethical online practices cast shadows on the profession. Tight budgets and limited resources constrain practitioners' ability to upskill in critical areas like ESG and digital strategy, leaving many unprepared to meet the demands of a rapidly evolving landscape. Yet, within these challenges lie opportunities. This summit is a platform to bridge divides, to confront systemic issues, and redefine our purpose as an industry. Together, we can align our collective vision, advocate for ethical practices, and invest in the skills needed to adapt to a changing world. Let this summit be the starting point of transformation, innovation, and unity. This is a space for dialogue, for knowledge sharing, and solutions, a platform to reconnect, rebuild as a collective force. The theme of this summit captures our shared vision to elevate the public relations profession to new heights. By facing our realities head-on, we can reset the foundations of our profession to rethink the principles that guide us and embrace ethics, integrity, and transparency as the foundation of a stronger, more trustworthy industry. These are not mere ideals. They are imperatives to enhance confidence in and reinforcing our role as stewards of truth and accountability. To reframe is to adapt to today's realities, where storytelling shapes perceptions and influences behaviors. Whether crafting compelling narratives or embedding sustainability and ESG into our strategies, reframing communication means evolving with purpose to ensure our messages resonate deeply and authentically. And finally, reimagining. Reimagining the future is the final step, moving beyond stories to create a tangible impact. It challenges us to envision how our work can shape sustainable futures, build resilience, and align with global standards, keeping our profession a transformative force for good. Today, I am proud to announce a major milestone in our journey to elevate the profession. We will be launching our code, the Code of Ethics and Integrity in Public Relations, developed by PRCA Malaysia together with my EXCO team. to push this crucial step towards addressing the ethical and professional challenges that our industry faces. The code is not just a set of rules, it is a framework for responsible and transparent communication, and it aims to first establish standards for ethical behavior that align with the values of integrity and transparency. Second, to promote trust and credibility, to ensure that every message we craft reinforces confidence in our work and industry. Third, to foster accountability, which empowers practitioners to navigate ethical dilemmas with clarity and purpose. And finally, to elevate public relations by aligning our practices with global standards while respecting Malaysia's unique cultural values. This launch will be a reminder that our credibility as practitioners depends on our commitment to ethical storytelling and transparency. Public relations thrives on trust, and trust can only be earned through consistent, honest, and impactful communication. Fellow practitioners, despite our challenges, I believe in the immense potential of this industry. However, to unlock that potential, we must address the fragmentation that holds us back. We need to see ourselves not as competitors, but as collaborators to work towards a shared vision of elevating public relations as a profession. This summit embodies our shared ambition, offering thought-provoking discussions and insights to navigate the rapidly changing communication landscape. From exploring the media industry's future to uncovering the power of sustainability and ESG, we focus on strategies that drive progress. At its heart, public relations is about connection, uniting practitioners under shared purpose, breaking silos, and fostering collaborations that endure beyond these sessions. Together, we can amplify our voice and demonstrate the strategic importance of public relations in driving progress, in shaping perceptions, and in building trust. Together, we have to reaffirm our commitment to shaping a profession rooted in trust, innovation for a better Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of this summit is a testament to the dedication of many. My heartfelt thanks especially goes to the summit's committee members, Lydia Chia, Stephanie Brockman, NDC, Mazura Malik, David Lian, who is in Singapore, who's traveling, Christabel Lau, and Yan Lim. Thank you very much. Thank you for your tireless effort in bringing this vision to life. A special thanks to our supporting partner, Sarawak Tourism Board, our Newswire partner, Media Outreach Newswire, thank you, and of course Grab Malaysia, our silver sponsor, whose contributions have been pivotal in shaping this event. Our gratitude also extends to our international partners. International Association of Business Communicators, Asia Pacific, IABC, represented by its regional chair, Mr. Ross Monaghan, who journeyed all the way from Australia. Thank you, Ross. To be our keynote speaker and enrich our fireside chat later in the afternoon. Reimagine, which is a fireside chat on AI, reimagining the world of PR and communications. And PR and communications, that's it. And of course, I shall never forget the World Communication Forum Association, WCFA, they are not able to be with us today, and the Public Relations Global Network, PRGN, president, former president. And all your contributions actually reinforce Malaysia's prominence on the global stage and reflect the power of collaboration in driving progress for the industry. A heartfelt appreciation also goes to Practitioners Society Malaysia, Datuk Kamalanathan and Syed Aidid, for standing alongside us in our shared vision to elevate this industry. Honored guests, as we move forward, let us remember why we are here. Public relations is not just a profession, it is a transformative force for good. Let us embrace our roles not just as communicators, but as storytellers, as bridge builders, as catalysts for change, and advocates for trust and integrity. Let us embrace this summit as an opportunity to reset our foundations, reframe our strategies, and reimagine a future where every story inspires trust, where every message drives across progress, where public relations is recognized as a vital strategic driver of progress. Together, we can shape an industry and help shape a nation that is more cohesive, more resilient, and united. One story, one connection, and one vision at a time. Thank you, Steph. Before I end my session, I would like to convey sincere apologies from the Minister of Communications, Yang Berhormat Fahmi Fadzil, as well as the Auditor General, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Wan Suraya Wan Muhammad Razi, as they are unable to join us this morning due to other commitments. However, YB Fahmi has some words to share with us, which we'll be playing just after this. And before I end this lengthiest speech I've ever delivered, I wish to thank all of you for being part of this journey. Here's to a transformative summit and a brighter tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bani. Lengthy, yes, but we can see and feel the passion that radiates from the stage from you. Thank you for that. Thank you for your invaluable insights on the role of PR in shaping a better Malaysia. Your words have truly set the tone for today's discussions. And as Professor Bani mentioned earlier, there is a video containing a special message from Yang Berhormat Tuan Fahmi Fadzil, Minister of Communications.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani. Distinguished guests, esteemed members of the Public Relations and Communications Association, or PRCA Malaysia, practitioners, corporate leaders, members of the media. First and foremost, congratulations to PRCA Malaysia for organizing the Malaysia PR Summit 2024, a platform uniting top professionals, media, and corporate leaders to address critical industry issues. Over the last 4 years, PRCA Malaysia has gained prominence, particularly through its flagship event, the Malaysia Public Relations Award, or MPRA, which celebrates excellence and raises industry standards. PRCA Malaysia has solidified its role as the representative body for public relations professionals in Malaysia, championing their recognition and leadership. I also applaud its remarkable international outreach through collaborations with esteemed global partners, such as the International Association of Business Communicators, IABC, APEC, represented here by President Ross Monahan, the World Communications Forum Association, or WCFA, and the PR Global Network, PRGN, showcasing Malaysia's growing presence on the global stage. These partnerships highlight PRCA Malaysia's dedication to positioning the nation as a global communications leader, fostering knowledge exchange and strengthening international connections. This collaboration elevates Malaysia's global standing while showcasing the critical role of communication in bridging cultures and fostering mutual understanding. Additionally, PRCA Malaysia continues to champion the industry, addressing key issues and advocating for ethical practices. I'm pleased to note that in conjunction with the National Integrity Month and PRCA Malaysia's 25th anniversary, the rules of ethics and integrity for the industry will be launched today, a milestone reflecting the association's commitment to trust and credibility within the profession. Public relations and communication are crucial in delivering the right narratives, fostering trust, and building strong relationships. Today's theme, Communicating for a Better Malaysia, Reset, Reframe, Reimagine, aligns with Malaysia Madani's vision of sustainability, inclusivity, and unity. Ethical and effective communication transcends divisions, uniting us as one nation. Now, more than ever, we must harness its power to shape a stronger Malaysia through thoughtful storytelling and messages that build bridges, inspire progress, and uphold our shared values. We must reset the communication landscape by re-evaluating the principles that guide our industry to embody inclusivity, mutual respect, and understanding. By re-evaluating industry principles, focusing on ethics, integrity, and transparency, we can craft messages that unite all Malaysians and build trust with stakeholders, the public, and the media in this new era of communication. In a world where narratives shape perceptions, this summit explores how the Malaysian communications industry can adapt to future challenges. Reframing communication addresses industry issues and national concerns like climate change, inequality, race relations, and digital transformation, emphasizing sustainability, fairness, and innovation. Professionals play a vital role in presenting these ethically to inspire meaningful action. Finally, communication is about impact, not just storytelling. By championing ESG principles with transparency and sustainability, we align strategies with global standards, fostering a responsible industry. Let us reimagine a Malaysia where information flows freely, every voice matters, and PR practitioners uphold integrity, delivering truthful and purpose-driven narratives for a sustainable future. As we mark National Integrity Month, I urge all public relations professionals, communicators, and media representatives to prioritize ethical storytelling. Your work shapes perceptions, inspires, builds trust, and unites communities, making your role vital in strengthening public confidence and national unity. I would like to once again commend PRCA Malaysia and its leadership for organizing this meaningful summit. It's a platform that not only celebrates excellence, but also inspires progress and innovation in our industry. To all participants, I wish you a productive and inspiring summit. May your discussions today lead to ideas and strategies that will shape a better, more united Malaysia. Together, let us reset, reframe, and reimagine communication for a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you to Yang Berhormat Fahmi Fazil. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, Auditor General Malaysia Yang Berbahagia Datuk Seri Wan Suraya Wan Muhammad Razi is unable to join us today to deliver the keynote address. In view of her absence, we understand and respect her commitment to other pressing matters. However, the summit must carry on. Thus, to kickstart this occasion, we'd like to invite Mr. Ras Manahan, Regional Chair of IABC, to deliver his special remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Distinguished guests, members of PRCA, delegates, welcome and thank you for having me here today. I'm not who you were expecting, but I hope I have some relevant remarks for you today. And first up, I'd like to say, apa khabar? I was very pleased to learn that your language doesn't have any tones. I'm learning, and I'm an avid learner of Vietnamese, which is very tonal. For those of anyone speak Vietnamese in here? Tiếng Việt? Tonal language, as an English native speaker speaking Vietnamese, whilst it's a lovely language, the tones can just change the meaning quite significantly, and I've been caught many, many times. But today, I'm honoured to be here, and I'm honoured to talk to an amazing room of people. And my message to you today is that I think as public relations practitioners, we individually and collectively need to stand for something. One of the things I teach my students at Deakin University is to be an audience-focused communicator. So I'm going to start off today by finding out who's in the room. First thing I'd like to ask you is, how many of you are early career practitioners? Show of hands, how many of you have less than 10 years experience? Professor Barney, put your hand down. A few, fantastic. For those of you that are early career practitioners, it's great that you turn up to events like this. Meet other practitioners, learn from other people in the industry, share your knowledge as well. How many of you have between 10 and 20 years experience in the industry? Quite a few of you. And for those of you that have that experience, looking to be more senior, I would also encourage you to think about mentoring and helping those that don't have as much experience as you. It's really, really important. From my experience teaching, mentoring students, those that find mentors and who are mentored by amazing practitioners who understand our ethical responsibilities and pass those on to the younger generation will do our industry a lot of good. Now, show of hands, those of you who've had more than 20 years experience, like myself, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. No matter what level you are in or how much experience you have in this amazing profession, I encourage you to think about standing up and letting people know what an amazing role PR practitioners plays, what an amazing career public relations is, and to talk about the amazing things that we do for government, for business, for not-for-profit organisations. You guys are doing great work for Malaysia. Globally, our community of professional communicators is making the world a better place. How many of you work in government? Show of hands. There's a few people going like this. We're just, yeah, that's great. How many of you work in consultancies or agencies? Fantastic, bulk of you, okay. What about, and I love this sector and the communicators who work in the non-government organisations and charities, many of those here today? A few? Well, it's great. It would be great to see more of those people. So collectively, we do a range of work for both government, for commercial organisations and for not-for-profit organisations, and I think that should be applauded. But why do we do what we do? Have a think. Why do you do the work that you do? Some of you thinking, pay the mortgage, pay the rent, pay for the car, give the kids some cash to do what they want to do. I suspect many of us, though, are doing the work of professional communicators because we understand that communication is a superpower. Communication can change organisations, it can change lives, it can change nations, it can change the world. Our skills and our knowledge are important for business because businesses provide the jobs, they provide employment, they provide a strong economy for us all, very important role. Government, obvious that professional communication plays an important role in governments right around the world. And in non-government organisations, like many of my members of the International Association of Business Communicators. Many are working in non-government organisations, both throughout this amazing region that has 60% of the world's population. They're out there working to make this region a better place. They're helping people in all areas of the Asia-Pacific region, and their colleagues around the world are doing similar things globally. And I'd like to echo Professor Barney's points about his optimism for our sector. We have our challenges, but I'm very, very optimistic about the future for professional communication. But we're not without our challenges, and we need to stand up. And I think having a code of ethics and a code of integrity is really important, because communicators do make the world a better place. Just think back a couple of years ago when we couldn't meet like this, when we were stuck behind computer screens, we were stuck on Zoom, telling people that they were still on mute. When you think about the way the world responded to the COVID-19 pandemic, was it the medical fraternity? Was it the politicians that we turned to? It was communicators. We needed to know what this was about. How are we going to avoid this? How are we going to recover? Communication in that issue played a really important role. And there were some leading communication campaigns throughout this region that really did some amazing work. A big shout out to all of those communicators that were involved in that process. But in our day-to-day work, as I already mentioned, if we're working for government, for business, for non-government organisations, we are doing important work, whether it's in internal communication. Any internal communication folk in the room? Hands, show of hands. Not many, interesting. Big area for my members in Australia. But internal communication practitioners, sharing employee benefits, sharing how organisations are achieving what they want to achieve, whether you're dealing with governments, whether you're dealing with the media, whether you're dealing with communities, as I have throughout most of my career. These are really, really important roles, and they make the world a better place. You should be very proud of the work that you do. And I suspect that not many people actually say that to you. When was the last time somebody said to anyone in here that you do a great work as a professional communicator? Thank you for the work that you do in communication. Anyone? One person. That's great. It's because we do amazing work. I think one of the challenges for us as professional communicators is that everyone communicates, and people think, well, how hard can it be to be a professional communicator? I can talk, I can write. My argument is I can add up 1 + 1, and I'm sure most of you can as well. That doesn't make you an accountant. Professional communication is so involved, and we're focused on business or organisational outcomes. We focus on communication to achieve those results for our organisation, and that is really important. But getting back to my point about standing up, when I took on this role, I wanted to let people know what I envisaged IABC and my role as a leader in the communication space in this region, and I put out my manifesto. I let people know what I stood for. And one of the points I'd like to make is that if you are a member of an industry association or a society, no matter which one, we're all trying to achieve the same things. It means that you, as an individual, stand for something. And I would urge you, if you are not a member of an association, to join one. Be part of this fraternity of amazing communicators that is doing a great job. Because when you become a member of an association, it means that you stand for something. We've got codes of ethics, we have practitioners who show and demonstrate and lead with integrity. As I say, membership is a virtual tick of quality. So why do I do what I want to? Why do I do what I do? As an academic at Deakin University, having worked many years as a practitioner, I wanted to give back. I was lucky enough to have some amazing mentors at my university when I was a student, and I really wanted to give back. And I have some really interesting insights into where universities are going at the moment. But as an industry association chair, I want to raise the profile of professional communicators, both within organisations, with government, with employers, and the community as well. One of my concerns as an academic is that I think PR has a problem. Now, this isn't scientific, but I did a bit of a Google Trends search on how many people are searching for the term public relations or public relations careers. Compared to 10 years ago, do you think, let's see a show of hands, do you think it's 10%? I know, it's bad news. It's not more people are searching for PR, it is less. How many people think it's 10% less people than 20 years ago? How many people think it's 20% less? 30? 40? 50? 60? 70? We haven't got the answer yet. It's 90% less. Now, this is a Google Trends search. There are other factors at play, and the results for public relations career are very similar. I think this is worrying. I think this is hugely worrying for us as PR practitioners. There are a number of reasons for it, but as an academic and somebody who teaches young people and mentors young people, I see that my students coming in don't really know what public relations is. And this is shocking. When I ask many of my students, why did you choose a PR degree? They say, the career counsellor said I talk a lot, so I should do a PR degree. Yes, awkward laughs there, because that is a problem for us. High school students, school leavers can't be something that they don't know about. High school leavers don't know that we change the world. They don't know that there are amazing careers in public relations. They don't know that there are great salary benefits. They don't know what a rewarding job public relations is. Many, now there are exceptions, but many of our smartest and our brightest and our most enthusiastic are going to what careers? What are they studying at university? Medicine, dentistry, law. Very few of those high-achieving students are thinking about professional communication or public relations. The good news is that my students who are studying these other areas, when they find out about public relations and they find out about the policy work and a range of other things that they're attracted to, many of them start to realise that there are great careers in professional communication and public relations. But to me, one of the things that we need to do as an industry is to start raising the profile of what public relations practitioners do. Because if we don't, in another 20 years, that will be down to zero. No one will be searching for us. Of course, thinking about the search terms, digital marketing, influencers, those things are going up, public relations going down. And it's not just the Google Trends that I see this happening. In Australia, the Public Relations Institute of Australia renamed itself to the Public Relations Communication Australia, but for a while there, they were going to drop the term public relations. My university no longer has a public relations degree per se, it's part of a digital marketing or a professional communication degree. And I see this trend happening throughout the region, and it's a worrying for us. If we don't reverse this trend, I'm really concerned for the industry. Of course, it's not just for career seekers that this is an issue as well. I think lack of recognition of what public relations and professional communicators do is also an issue at senior levels as well. If our senior managers, our CEOs don't understand how public relations communicators can help their organisations achieve what they want to achieve, then we've got problems as well. And we'll be relegated to those people that get the call at the last minute, trying to clean up the mess afterwards. And I could see lots of people nodding their heads, and I can empathise with you as well. We need to raise the profile of public relations through our industry associations, through us individually working on this issue as well, for our collective good, not just for the sake of the profession, but for the sake of Malaysia, for the sake of the Asia-Pacific region, and for the sake of the world. It has never been more important for the world to have effective and inclusive communication. How we do this shouldn't be a surprise. We're in the reputation business, right? And ethics and integrity are central to what we do. So how do we apply what we do for our organisations to our industry sector? Well, have a think about what we do. If I was in my class on reputation management at the moment, I would talk about reputation being doing the right thing. Doing, not communicating, organisations doing the right thing. Because you can't just say that you're a great organisation, you have to be a good organisation. But we need to communicate that as well. And we also need to be authentic. So reputation, doing the right thing, telling people about it, and doing it in an authentic way. Now, one of the ways that we're doing that within the International Association of Business Communicators, globally, and I'm pushing it here in the Asia-Pacific region, is programs like the Gift of Communication, where professional communicators volunteer a day of their time to help a range of not-for-profit organisations. We've done a number of these, and it'd be great to see more happening, not necessarily under the banner of IABC, but if you want to, that would be great. But individually, associations can do this. Go out and demonstrate to community groups and for not-for-profit organisations that professional communicators make a difference. I've seen this happen where organisations sit down, professional communicators, help them with their communication opportunities and challenges, and these organisations go out, implement those changes, and make a difference to people's lives. When we do these sort of events, the media gets interested. Why are you doing that? What's communication? Professional communication. How can professional communication help these not-for-profit organisations and these charities? We get the message out through the media. Our last one, we had a federal politician came to us wanting to be involved. And then she blew us away by saying, would you like some money for a prize? I mean, we didn't have to ask. By demonstrating that we were doing something, people came to us. For our professional communicators, it was a great professional development opportunity. And several of them said, this is far better than just going to a conference. I'm sitting down, I'm working on new challenges that I don't normally do in my day job. I'm paired up with another professional communicator. They were either being mentored or they were mentoring. They expanded their networks in their local community. For me, it was a win-win situation that demonstrated the power of professional communication. We can only demonstrate and raise our reputation if we go out to our communities and demonstrate the power of communication. We know from our day jobs that you can't just tell people that you're doing a great job. You need to demonstrate it. So that's industry associations. Individually, I think it's really important for us to join and be members of industry associations with codes of ethics to demonstrate that you stand for something. I'd also like to encourage you to think about volunteering your time, not only for events that demonstrate the great work of professional communication, but get involved in your industry associations. Volunteer for the executive committee. Volunteer to organise events. Because not only will it be great for you to expand your networks, it will expand your understanding of the breadth of work that professional communicators do. You'll be helping other communicators, and by doing so, you'll be doing great work for Malaysia, for the Asia Pacific, and the world. So it gives me great pleasure to formally launch the PRCA's Code of Ethics and Integrity. I think it's a fantastic milestone, and I think it's something that every single one of us as professional communicators should get behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ross, and for sharing your insights just now. Mr. Ross, please do remain on stage. Mr. Ross, please do remain on stage for the next agenda that we have lined up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the highlight of the summit, which is the launch of Ethical Standards Guideline, Rules of Ethics in Public Relations. For this to join Mr. Ross on stage, we would like to invite Professor Muhammad Syed Bani, President of PRCA Malaysia, and all EXCO members of PRCA Malaysia to go on stage as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the driving force behind today's summit. Putting everyone together here on one platform. Now for this launch gimmick, let's have our VIPs on stage split into two groups. As we can see, there are two LED screens on either side of the stage. Perhaps, Prof. Bani, can we have you over to the right side of the stage? Stand over at the LED screen over there, and we'll have Mr. Ross over here. On the left side of the stage, you also have an LED screen right behind you. Now, on my count of three, let's have Prof. Bani and also Mr. Ross place their palm on the LED screen to signify the launch of Ethical Standards Guideline, Rules of Ethics in Public Relations. Are we ready? Yes, everybody, count with me. 3, 2, 1. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to PRCA Malaysia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this book, Rules of Ethics in PR, will be made available on the PRCA website next week. So don't forget to check it out to make your pledge. Now, in line with the theme, here's to paving the way to embracing communications as a tool to bridge differences and ignite collective action. Thank you again to our VIPs on stage, the EXCO members of PRCA Malaysia. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's now take a quick 30-minute break. Morning refreshments are being served right outside of this ballroom. Let's reconvene in 30 minutes for our next session, the leadership panel discussion, where we'll hear from some of the leading voices in our industry. So enjoy your break and we'll see you later. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. Now it's time for our next session, the leadership panel discussion, where we'll explore the topic, communicating for a better Malaysia, winning narratives for the marketplace. This session aims at highlighting the power of storytelling in shaping a nation's identity and success in the global economy. In this context, the winning narratives refer to messages and ideas that resonate with diverse audiences, both locally and internationally, while reinforcing Malaysia's values, strengths, and aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the panel to the stage. Moderating this session is Mr. Andy C., founder and managing director of Perspective Strategies. And joining him are our distinguished panelists, Professor Dr. Ong Kian Ming, Pro Vice Chancellor for External Engagement of Taylor's University, Ms. Lina Tan, Managing Director and Founder of Red Communications, and Yang Berbahagia Dato' Sharon Wardini Mokhzani, Chairman of Exim Bank Malaysia. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now over to the moderator, Mr. Andy C.
Thank you. A very good morning, esteemed guests, distinguished panelists, and everyone joining us this morning. I'm Andy C., and I'm honored to be your moderator for this leadership panel discussion, Communicating for a Better Malaysia, Winning Narratives for the Marketplace. In today's rapidly evolving landscape, effective communication has become more crucial than ever. One of my mentors once told me, leadership is communication, communication is leadership. And this morning we heard from Ross, communication is a superpower. It is the cornerstone of building strong brands, fostering trust, and driving sustainable growth. Our distinguished panel will delve deep into the power of leadership in shaping narratives. Interestingly, we live in a strange world today, as I was discussing with the panel members this morning, previously, we had extreme narratives, which sometimes can be seen as quite politically incorrect. Example, Donald Trump, a very divisive figure. But he went on to win the US elections. CNN and many analysts criticized him. There were hours of talk shows about how bad Donald Trump is, only to realize and even admit perhaps their view of what is the right narrative may not be what that resonates with the American people. Closer to home, part of our panel members even discussed, many who live in the Bangsa bubble folks talk about a more inclusive, multiracial Malaysia. But reality is, race and religious politics continue to play a very important role in Malaysia. Why is that? Maybe that's something that we can discuss a little bit more in our panel discussion. And we're all here communicators, and this is a very important topic for us to really talk about. One of the questions, will this be streamed live? No, so it's just here, so maybe we can be a little bit more candid and open about it. But before we delve into the discussion, let me introduce the panel members. Ladies first. So Lina is the founder, producer, and chief content officer and director of Red Communications. Lina founded Red Communications in 1999, a leading production company dedicated to creating and producing content for various platforms. Lina created the long-running and award-winning television shows like 3R, Respect, Relax, Respond. I was a kid, I was a guy, but I even watched that show. All right? And Lina continues to produce shows like, for example, Oh My English, SMK, and also work with Disney Channel, Discovery Channel, National Geographic, and AETN, producing original content as well as localizing international formats. In 2004, she started Red Films and was instrumental in supporting the new wave of Malaysian filmmakers that proceeded to shine at international film festivals. Then in 2009, she started 3R Media to recognize the importance of women's role in society and their ability to challenge and change the conditions in their lives and communities using media. 3R Media recently won the UN Women 2024 Malaysia WEP's Awards, SME Champion in Gender Responsive Marketplace. Lina has won a couple of awards for her work. In 2024, she won top prize in the Leadership Commitment category at the UN Women 2024 Malaysia WEP's Awards. Named one of the 100 most influential women in 2019 Prestige magazine, Lina has also been awarded her World 50 Most Inspiring Women Award in 2010 and Women's Weekly Great Women of Our Times winner in Arts and Media 2010. And I first got to know Lina when we were both adjunct professors and attended our first meeting in Taylor's University, and we have someone from Taylor's here now. I'll introduce Dr. Ong Ken Ming now. Ken Ming, I still don't know how to call him Dr. Ong Ken Ming because I know him as Ken Ming. Yeah? And I knew Ken Ming when he had a lot of hair. He has full head of hair. We were both colleagues at the Boston Consulting Group. But Professor Dr. Ong Ken Ming is the Pro Vice Chancellor for External Engagement at Taylor's University. He's a Senior Advisor to Global Counsel, an international advisory firm with offices in 5 countries and a member of the Board of Directors of the Malaysian Investment Development Authority. Dr. Ong is also an advisor for the Malaysian-China Chamber of Commerce, the Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers, and he's also a member of the Danish Chamber of Commerce and was appointed recently as a member of Cerebrum Council, a think tank by Johor Corporation. Dr. Ong is a former 2-term Member of Parliament in Malaysia from 2013 to 2022, MP for Serdang, and then subsequently as MP for Bangi, representing DAP. He was the Deputy Minister of International Trade and Industry from July 2018 to February 2020. He was a consultant with the Boston Consulting Group in Kuala Lumpur. All right, and during this stint, I had the pleasure of being a colleague, and we go to the same office for a couple of years. Ken Ming enjoys jogging, watching movies, and listening to podcasts in his spare time. He recently started his own podcast channel called Are We Okay? And Dr. Ong is also ranked as one of the most influential LinkedIn content producers that he just told me recently. And finally, we have Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sharon Wardini Moghzani, Chairman of Exim Bank Malaysia. He was previously the Group Managing Director Malaysia of the Malaysian Industrial Development Finance Berhad. Before that, he was the first Managing Director of Khazanah Research Institute and an Executive Director of Khazanah National Berhad. Before joining Khazanah, Dato' held senior positions in the CIMB Group, first as Non-Executive Director and later as Deputy Chief Executive Officer, CIMB Group. And then he was also Chief Executive Officer of CIMB Investment Bank and Chairman of CIMB Principal Asset Management Berhad. While at CIMB, he also served on the boards of Chagamas Holdings Berhad and the Institute of Bankers. Dato' Charun then joined Zaid Ibrahim as a partner and became managing partner. During his decade there, the firm went on from 4 partners to becoming Malaysia's largest law firm with over 100 lawyers. He currently serves on the boards of Yayasan Tuanku Fauzia, the Yayasan Tuanku Syed Putra Perlis, and the Kuala Lumpur Business Club, and is a member of the Malaysian Higher Education Plan Advisory Committee and the New Industrial Master Plan 2030 Task Force. Dato' Charun read Philosophy, Politics and Economics at the University of Oxford and Law at the University of London. He's a chartered banker, a fellow of the Asian Institute of Chartered Bankers, and an advocate and solicitor of the High Court of Malaya. We really have a very distinguished panel member here. And perhaps to start the conversation going, we wanted to keep it really free flow, and all these are very experienced panel members, and I'm sure they will jump in at the right moment and share the right thing. But what does communicating for a better Malaysia mean in today's social, economic, political, and cultural context? And perhaps link it some things that are very unique to Malaysia and maybe some of the challenges and opportunities that presents to us. And who would like to start the ball rolling?
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the arrow. Really glad to be here together with Lina and Sharon. When we were talking about this yesterday, or 2 days ago, I brought up a couple of issues. The first one is with regards to what do we mean by better Malaysia? And I think the important point to take note is that what this room feels is issues of importance for a better Malaysia may not be what other groups that are out there who I think also has legitimate claim to bring up what they feel is proper for advocating a better Malaysia to be. And this is part and parcel of being in different echo chambers that, not just Malaysia, but as we've seen in the recent US elections, that is something that is being experienced in other places as well. So as an example, I was a former member of parliament for Bangi. And Bangi was the largest parliamentary constituency when I left, with more than 300,000 voters. You have the more conservative, middle class, civil servants and also academics who live in Bandar Baru, Bangi, that would have certain aspirations on what their MP would advocate for. And then you have the mostly Chinese industrialists in Blakong who want to, who have been successful in terms of making money and wanting to continue to have a good business environment. They have a different version of what they mean by a better Malaysia. And then you have those, who are living in, let's say, former estate housing areas for estate workers who have their own challenges in terms of job opportunities, education opportunities, right? So in order to be able to speak to that different kinds of crowds, I would say we need to have consistent messaging and be able to have that message communicated in different ways, in different channels, right? So consistent messaging means what your principles and values are. The different channels would be, for example, if I want to reach out to an English-speaking audience, I will reach out to them through my own podcast. If I want to reach out to a Malay-speaking audience, I'll have the opportunity to reach out to my friends Khairi Jamaluddin and Syaril Hamdan to reach out through their podcast. This is Keluar Sekejap. And then if I want to go and reach out to the Chinese-speaking audience, I'll go to BBK Network, for example, right? So this is just an example of how different conceptions of what a better Malaysia is, different platforms and channels to communicate, whatever message that you want to put forth. And I'm glad that we are all involved in that conversation in different ways.
Lina, you...
Well, Better Malaysia, yeah, we had this conversation. It's funny, it's 3R. So I did a show, yes, many years ago called 3R. I was very involved in women's issues, social issues, and I had this notion that we needed to talk to young women because nobody was talking to young women. You know, we were forcing things down. You know, women were just relegated to fashion and makeup and stuff. So the thing is that you fast forward, that was 20 years ago. I started it in 2000. Now it's 2024. Okay, 14 years ago. And the landscape certainly changed. We use television, TV3, Astro Prima. We'll get 1.2 million viewers a week, just on based on Nielsen ratings and stuff like that. We get predominantly Malay-speaking audience. My show was 70% in Malay and 30% in English. And we were constantly sometimes told, like, you guys are too urban. So it used to being a very newbie that time and fresh out of advertising, right? I did advertising, I was doing, and I was like, what is urban? Did I just did I just come off the train to something? And it worried me for a long time because that was used on me for a long time. I said, you're an urban producer. Oh, your film, Go Lang Gin Chu, is very urban. It's way ahead of your time. It came out in 2004. So it took, I really delve into it. What does it mean to the rest of Malaysia? What does it mean? And so in order to understand my audience better, I went down on the ground. I did, you know, a lot like say, I did events, it was a whole range of things. Really knowing the audience. Who's my audience? I would go to schools. And up to now, I'm still in schools right now, talking to students in Langkawi, in Felda, because we have a program. Because end of the day, what is Better Malaysia? What is Malaysia? Because we are totally fragmented and nothing's more fragmented than media. Because everything is all about the statistics we look at in media. You have enough people, where's your audience? And similar, I guess, to politics. Because you just look at the numbers. And that's unfortunately, the way it is in Malaysia. And because of that, I feel Malaysia is a very unique country in the way that how segregated. We're not like when I go to Philippines, I do a program in Philippines, I just have to worry about A, B, C, D, E, F, meaning the various economic fractions of Philippines. I don't have to worry whether my show must be in Filipino, Tagalog, English, Tagalog, or how many percentage is Tagalog, how much percentage in English. No, but here, I do have to worry about right down to the social messaging. Are my women too strong? Are the women in my films too strong? Am I branded a feminist? Is that a bad word? You know, I get a lot of that in the early days when doing 3R. We get censored. We were told you put 3 young women talking about sex. No, you better get them off, you know. Like, I think they wouldn't have survived in this age of internet media because I was even told to my face that your girls are not pretty lah. Quite fat, you know. You know, you get comments like that. So you go like, okay, intelligence doesn't count for anything. So what is Better Malaysia? I think we need to find that out. And I think nothing works like going down to the inside because yes, we do live sometimes in a little bubble, maybe PJ Bangsa bubble. But then you find out that actually there's certain things that similarity. So after I did my shows, one of the things that I found out is that end of the day, what really matters is the emotions, the human emotions, the justice. You know, you do a story about someone. One of my shows, yes, we do a story about young girls who are being harassed. For instance, we used to get letters about, at least we get about 1,000 emails over a week. And this could be as far as somebody from Sabah Sarawak writing to us, a girl in a really rural area in Sabah Sarawak, writing to us and say, I saw that show where you did. You know, my brother comes to my room once a week and he does this to me. And we get these things and we send it off to NGOs. So we realized that for us, it's important we stay in mass media. We stay because mass media is where your audience is. And to me, that would create, hopefully, a better Malaysia.
Actually, just a fact, I think about 80% of the Malaysian population are urban. They live in urban areas. It's just that the urban areas are actually very fragmented, in terms of backgrounds and aspirations.
Gosh, I don't know how to add to all this. I'm the definition of a Bangsa bubble. All my career, I've been talking to people in English, and they've been talking back to me in English, sometimes in French, but that's about it. Sorry, sorry. But yeah, it's hard to imagine. But in a Better Malaysia, I don't know if any of you know Lat. Does everybody still know Lat? Yeah, okay. So that's that's our vision of a better Malaysia, right? A Lat cartoon, everybody smiling, everybody charming in their own particular way, everybody saying celebrating diversity and all that. And I don't know. I guess I still believe in a kind of a Lat vision of Malaysia, which is nice and all that. And I think we still have it. I mean, the fact that Lat cartoons still are popular, we all hark back and talk about these things. Too many of my friends talk about the good old days where everybody lived in harmony and, Chinese people went to Malay people's houses and Malay people went to Indian people. Everybody mixed around, it was all muhibah and we all had a great time. I'm not sure whether that actually existed outside of a Lat cartoon, but that's what people talk about in Malaysia. But, you want to talk about narratives. So, I mean, narrative is a word which is now very much in vogue, and let's craft a better narrative, or which, I mean, you can make a story, but you can't make a fiction. You can't make something fictional, right? We're supposed to talk about what's real, and so how do you do a winning story unless it's based on? I mean, it has to be a factual story, right? We're not talking about fiction. So how do you write a factual story about Malaysia which celebrates being a better Malaysia? And I don't know. I mean, I'm not a practitioner, but I'm glad, Lina, that you're doing this stuff because it's quite inspiring to have this kind of things where young women write to you and things. But yeah, let's explore
Dato',
this.
maybe you can add on to what you just said. You asked what define. I mean, what's the narrative? But essentially, maybe speaking as someone from the financial sector, what kind of narratives that international investors will be looking at if we were to go out there and sell Malaysia? Maybe that is one component. I don't think it's the all-encompassing winning narrative, but that's maybe one component. And maybe Ken Ming can add on to it, being a former deputy minister that's going out there to sell Malaysia every day for 2 years, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, that's what, Prof. Ong did in MITI. I mean, MITI's job was to bring in foreign investment. And recently you had the governor of the central bank and the Minister of Finance too going off this huge roadshow. They went to all the financial capitals to try and say, come and invest in Malaysia. And it seems to have worked because money is coming in. Somebody is saying the right thing to Bloomberg, because Bloomberg wrote a glowing article about Malaysia a couple of days ago. And was anyone here responsible for that glowing article? So I'm going to take credit for that amazing article, because it's basically said to everybody that China should learn from Malaysia, because Malaysia is the only country which has produced 5% GDP growth consistently for the last couple of years and managed to do it, whereas even China can't do it now. So when someone says that Malaysia is better than China, then it's a great narrative. I think it's true, but. Congratulations to whoever the PR company is who did it. But I mean, that one is easy. I mean, it's not even easy, but it's a kind of very narrow narrative. You're going to say that, you tell the whole world, come and invest here. We've got all these natural advantages. We're in the crossroads of trade. We've got some great people, nice food, it's cheap, that kind of stuff. But that's a very narrow, I think. Talking about that is a narrative, and the government's gotten very good at putting that out and stuff. But yeah.
So maybe just to add to that, I think it's good to have that larger narrative, especially now when the headwinds are sort of like assisting us. And thankfully, I think we've gotten that message out there. When I speak to foreign investors, most of them are pretty bullish about Malaysia for the next 3 years or so. And I think perhaps under Trump 2.0, we may feel the benefits even a little bit more, even though there will be a lot more uncertainty. And I can contrast this with the time when I was deputy minister. It was not an easy sell, because that time people didn't really know what Pakatan Harapan 1.0 was all about, and what Tun Mahathir may or may not have wanted to do at that time. Right, so that larger narrative, I think, is going out there. We have got great salespeople, people like Tengku Zafrul, MITI Minister MK2, and also Prime Minister Anwar, especially when he can focus and stick on script. So, but yeah, I mean, we have these good salespeople who are going around to pitch that message, and I think there will be a lot more opportunities to enhance that message. where I think PR professionals can play a value-added role, right, is in the different verticals or the different sectors that you're pitching for in terms of client outreach, right, to bring about that additional oomph that the external market may not know about. You know, whether it's in some of the innovations in the palm oil sector or some of the sustainable efforts that some companies are doing in the data center ecosystem, for example, using treated wastewater to do cooling rather than to use potable water, and some of the AI-related stuff that these shared service providers and centers of excellence, what they are doing here in Malaysia. So those kinds of stories will add a lot more color and a lot more substance to what Malaysia is doing in terms of the larger positioning. So I think this is where I'm always looking for those kinds of stories to quote unquote sell to investors when they ask for examples, and not just to investors. You have to sell these stories to journalists as well. We have another panel with journalists coming after this, and you know, journalists are the most cynical of people. They know that you are trying to sell them something, but you know, with good engagement, with good trust being built over time, these are the kind of more nuanced messages that we can put out there to communicate a better Malaysia to investors.
Yeah, I mean, for me, again, since this is a PR conference, right, and since I'm a media practitioner, in a way, the landscape of media has changed so much, right? Who of us go out and buy a newspaper? And seriously, or even have cut their Astro subscription. I mean, and then we talk about where are we getting our news, where are we getting our stories, and the way I see it is, does art mirror the society or not? So I go down a lot on the ground to just understand my, like I said, audience. So I do these workshops in Langkawi, and recently I did one in Felda and Desaru, Johor, with 14 to 16-year-old students. So I do this every time in a workshop. It's a 3-day storytelling workshop. I teach kids how to tell stories. And this has to come from them, their stories. But one of the things I always do is, like, I ask them, okay, where do you get your information from? What are you watching? Split the room into two. Who watches TV3 and local dramas? Who watches Netflix? And guess what? 90% of the room will watch Netflix. And these are kids not from KL. These are kids from Langkawi and from Johor who listens to K-pop and who listens to Malay music. Again, it's K-pop, like maybe split, 70-30. But the fact of the matter is, these kids are watching it. And I even, like, school students, I speak to students, I said, so what are you guys watching? I always ask them what they're watching, because these are the influences, right? Because we grew up on television in those days, hardly anymore. So their influences are Netflix. They're watching. How come you go Netflix? It's 50 ringgit, expensive. No, we share. 5 of us, each of us pay 10 ringgit. Oh, that's quite smart. So they know money, they share. And the thing of the matter is, these students, these young people, are getting their stories, their narratives a lot from OTT platform, online, social media. Yet, Malaysia, so I might digress a bit, but yet the narratives that I think Malaysia wants to come out, it's very controlled. We as filmmakers in Malaysia, we as people who tell the stories, who do shows, and we know we're restricted by censorship, horrendous censorship. And this has gotten even worse in the last few years, because we have the 3R rule now imposed on us, which is not reimagined, but the royalty, race, and the religion, which has become even more suffocating in some ways. So what happens? We have 2 sets of rules now, like we have for everything. A rule that censors you if you go on cinema, and a rule that doesn't censor you if you go on OTT platform. So what are we telling? Again, what are the narratives that we are pushing out? That if you watch OTT, it's okay. If you watch local cinema, no, let's censor, make sure everything, there's a big warning sign out there, da. So what happens? The people, are they going to be inclined to watch local stuff? Or are they going to be inclined to listen to mainstream media? Because they know mainstream is all being censored. It's all being controlled. So then they go to other sources of information. They get fake news on WhatsApp. They tend to believe what's being sent out there. So I worry that if, in that sense of how we are looking at, as PR practitioners also, how do we get to the audience and tell them this is real and this is what it is? And this is, well, you got to analyze it. This is not really when the trust of mainstream media is getting very, like you just said, Bloomberg sends a glowing report. So I'm like, okay, who owns Bloomberg? What's Bloomberg's agenda, you know? But then that's just me. I don't think, but there's a sense of credibility because it's coming from Bloomberg. It's not coming from some influencer's opinion.
I'm not saying it's not true. It is true
Yeah,
what
it's
Bloomberg
probably
wrote. But
true,
it's just
yeah.
amazing that Bloomberg writes something like that. Normally, Shannon used to work for Bloomberg, but yeah,
But it's
that
great.
Bloomberg says something nice. You know,
But I
it's
do think Malaysia is, if you go to the heartland, Malaysia is really a wonderful country. You go down to the ground, 99% of my, the kids we work with are one homogeneous race. You get one maybe Indian girl or Malay boy, but generally they're wonderful people. The teachers are great. They're so welcoming. They're fantastic. Then you go on social media and you read these horrible trolls and you go like, where's these people coming from? Why are they so rude on social media? Oh my God. How are they so rude on
So
social
Lina,
media?
what you're saying is actually Malaysian people are really great. It's the politicians that screw things up.
I don't think so. No, I think Malaysians, because they need to get votes. I think we're always afraid. I think politicians and also same thing with the main practitioners. We're always afraid that somebody is going to say something. And I mean, because I work in media, right? We always get told, you just need one person to complain. Doesn't matter that 100 people says you did something really good. You just need one person to complain and then you get clamped down. And I've been told that to my face numerous times doing productions, doing shows. You just need that one person. And that one person could be some nasty fella, don't know where, come from, maybe Singapore. I'm just joking. and you know, because it's online, right? You could be anywhere in the world. And you could be anywhere in the world. And then, no, Singapore, okay. And then suddenly you're like, Dad, it's just one person, but 100 people say it's good, but that one person complain, and that's it. That happens recently to a movie called Mentega Terbang, which it just needed that one influencer person who watched a film, interpreted it differently, and this poor boy, if you watch the movie, there's nothing, he's saying something nice. It's his story, it's a great narrative, suddenly gets into trouble. Not only that, gets brought to court, and now go and put a sentence on him. They want to put him in jail. Like, that's ridiculous. You want to put an artist, a filmmaker, in jail for his opinions. I mean, and it's not an inciting opinion. It's not like his film's going to create a riot in the streets or suddenly like all the Muslims are suddenly going to like, oh no, we want to become Buddhist. No, it's not going to happen. So,
Yeah, can I ask Andy back? Since you've been in the PR industry for such a long time, and I think it'll be interesting for the audience to
Ask
hear
the
as
audience
well.
to answer. Right?
No, because I think the media landscape, especially in terms of touching on sensitive issues, in a way I think has evolved quite a bit over the past, I would say, 5 to 10 years. You couldn't imagine, for example, a situation where you have a former minister who's hosting a podcast and getting sponsorships from Food Panda at the same time as he's criticizing the government, right? So you could never have imagined this, let's say, even 5 years ago. But now that is a possibility. So how then would PR firms help their clients navigate through these kinds of complexities where not everything is black and white? Every political party in Malaysia has been in opposition before. Every political party in Malaysia has been in government before, right? So how does this enlighten today's conversation, for example?
Certainly, I'm put in a spot. I'm supposed to ask a question, and end up he's asking me a question. No, I think obviously the media landscape has really changed a lot in the last 5, 10 years. I still remember when I, just maybe 5 or 7 years ago, I worked with Durex, and I still find it very bizarre until today. We sent out a news release to say that Durex is launching a sexual and reproductive health campaign. The word sex was not allowed on Bernama. So they took out, then the sex word is gone. Then how do you launch a campaign when the word sex has been removed? So Bernama refused to carry the news release because the word sex was there. And it was told to us in very no certain term. But of course today you can see sexual and word like sex being allowed in media. I think obviously times have changed and a lot of guidelines have changed as well. But having said that, there's still a lot of legacy rules. Like that's why there's that huge difference between what happens in cinema versus what happens on the internet. So I think that's why we all still have a job, because There are still many people still require PR support services so that we can help them navigate through these challenges. But coming back to that, and I'll ask back a question. It's not fair that I'm answering question. You spoke about us going out there to sell the nice narratives. Malaysia is a beautiful country. Come and invest here. We're friendly. But having said that, but if I'm sitting in the US or sitting in Europe, then I read the news, Swatch got raided and all the watches were taken away. If I'm in a multinational who is not, a leader or a senior executive of a multinational, sitting in New York, I've never been to Asia, and I pick up the newspaper, the headline is that, I would go there and say, hey, let's not invest there, right? Because 30% of our staff are LGBT friendly or whatever you want to call it. So in that sense, are we sending very contradicting, messages and signals? And of course, the question I get from CEOs or government leaders, being a PR professional, why do they only highlight this? But that's what journalists do. They highlight the interesting news. No one talks about the boring news. No one will pick up the news. It's clickbait. It's part and parcel of being in the media business. So how do we try to find something?
So if I were to respond to that foreign investor, I would say, especially if that person is from the United States, I would say that, look, you got your own version of crazy that you have to deal with, and there are things that are happening around the world that maybe now you will be able to relate to in a more visceral sense. I'll say in a half-joking way. Then the second response I would have that's more relevant to Malaysia would be to say, hey, the High Court just decided that the police needed to return the watches to Swatch. And I will emphasize the fact that Malaysia, by and large, the institutions are relatively robust. Despite there being attempts to try to weaken these institutions over time, we have a very strong central bank. We have a very good Securities Commission. The Ministry of Finance, I think, generally wants to do the right thing. And with different changes in government, most of the people, I think, in the civil service and in government want to hit towards a direction of strengthening of institutions. Are we at the level where we want to be? Of course not. But I think there have been a lot more improvements moving forward. And maybe just one last point. I think it's fine for us to tell foreign investors, to tell people that we engage with that, yes, we have some gaps. And in fact, when I talk to foreign investors, I would say, look, there are a lot more things that we can do to align policies so that we can achieve instead of a 5% economic growth, we can go up to 6 to 7, right? And I'm sure many of you who are in this room would know what some of the policy alignments that need to be made. But this is part and parcel of the journey of growth, and I think that kind of honesty is appreciated by investors because they know that not everything is perfect in your country. You might as well be upfront about it and tell them what the government or different parts of the government are trying to do to address those gaps.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, Malaysia is a country of contradictions. and I think we just need to make sure the narrative is consistent. The problem I have right now, and after many years and with media, right, things have become inconsistent because not so much like, okay, we always knew censorship was inconsistent because they control media. But right now, because nobody's controlling the internet, right? Or they can't. Government can't control the internet. So the inconsistencies of what the government says is really important. And I go back again to the fact that, like, I go back to the fact that with the media, and this case about Mentega Terbang, why I'm passionate about it, because never before in Malaysia has a filmmaker been brought to court for his opinion on the film. I mean, come on, the late Yasmin Ahmad had lots of films in those days where she made films that we would go like, but nobody dragged her to court. And the thing is that the fact that this filmmaker did a very small film, it was a personal film, and the story, if everybody knows, is about a young girl who's 11 years old, mother's dying of cancer, she's Muslim, she goes around she has a best friend's Indian, and is trying to figure out to come to terms with the mom is dying, and it's a beautiful film. And yet, because of one person who picked up this thing, within a day, it became 3,000 views. Within another influencer who self-proclaimed hip-hop guy, he said, "What's up, bro?" And 30,000 views the next day. Next thing, it spiraled out of control. Next thing you know, the filmmaker has his car vandalized with paint. The actor gets death threats. Both of them get death threats, and the one gets acid thrown on his car. The other one gets a car filled with paint. And what does the government say about this? You don't need to say anything. You don't need to. They just keep quiet, numb. And I would say, come on, we need to protect people. We need to say, the government needs to come up with a statement that says, maybe we don't agree, we're not putting any sides, but we agree that violence against creative artists is not on. We cannot resort to violence, which is the same problem when if you put the name of, with people throwing Molotov cocktails at things. Where is the statement from the government to come up to say, we do not condone violence. We do not condone violence against artists, against, just because you don't agree with someone, you don't go and throw acid at their cars or their face, or go give death threats. So I think that is the missing narrative I find from the present government, that I am a bit disappointed, honestly. And I feel that even the big institutions are very quiet about these kind of things, but they don't realize that it really affects artists. It affects young people. It affects people who are coming into the industry. It affects us as filmmakers, as people I see around the room, probably her students, and also tailors. It's one thing. They see, these young people see it, and they have I don't want to be a filmmaker in Malaysia. Why? My film gets censored. I don't want to be. Young person wins at Cannes, and her film goes uncensored on Netflix, but gets kind of butchered a bit by film Lembaga Penapisan because it has to. It is they're telling us now because we need to make sure that you filmmakers are kept in order. If anybody complains, we can say, hey, Venus, it's already gone through censorship board. So it's all pushing the buck. But yet, I can say nonsense on the internet, and how much rubbish are there in the internet that's not censored, and yet nobody is saying anything. The kind of hate, the kind of spiteful hate that's going out. So why is there inconsistency, and why is the government not saying the right narrative to their own people?
On that note, right, so maybe I'll put Dato and Ken Ming on the spot, picking up on what Lina has just mentioned. Then what advice would you give leaders in terms of, shaping narratives, that would help us, inspire and that's anchored on values, authenticity? What needs to be done?
I was watching Netflix the other night, and there was full frontal male nudity, and I thought, am I in the what's going on? Stuff would be considered pornography not that long ago.
Yeah, if you see Netflix now, you'll be very scared of all the stuff.
It's just available, and you're just wondering, God, I should, someone walks in. So this is bizarre. This is the bizarre thing, and then we still have, stuff being censored anywhere. But generally, for most people in business, they don't want to say anything. It's just too hard, right? So you stick to really safe subjects like my company did very well, sales are up or whatever's down, and market's looking good, or Trump is good for Malaysia, which he is actually. He is very good for Malaysia, and prospects are rosy. What you wouldn't do is start expressing opinions about what's going on, because it's just a no-win situation for a business leader to do that. And that's the case. But now I'm still struck by how bizarre it is. I'm sitting with Ken Ming here, who's a stalwart of DAP, and we're both praising the government, which I think which is quite inconceivable. Would have been inconceivable, I don't know, 5 years ago or something. Yeah, it's at least inconceivable to me. When I grew up, the last thing you want to do is vote DAP or sit next to someone from DAP. But we're all here sitting as one big happy family, and That's progress for you, right? It's progress. That is progress. Things have changed, and you don't realize things have changed until you suddenly realize things do change. So I'm always optimistic about the country, but I'm very optimistic now, and that we are able to have reasonable discussions without throwing things at each other or being horrible to each other. But searching for a narrative is hard, and in this fragmented world we live in, where you follow who you want on Twitter, and I follow who I want on Twitter, and you do whatever. We don't have that same source of information which you used to have. You don't watch the same ads or watch the same news. So there's less binding people together. But to get back to answer your question, for a business person, express no opinions other than saying nice things about your product and nice things about everything else. Yeah.
I maybe have a bit of a different view. I think if you're a C-suite, somebody in the C-suite, especially if you're the CEO, you are increasingly being pushed up to the front line to advocate for the values that you and your company believe in. And it's not just because of increasing importance of ESG, although that's important as well. But I think in this kind of environment, this kind of environment that we face, your values are what people, for example, in your company are looking for you to communicate, to them through different channels. And some of these channels could be internal, some of it could be external. Your customers are looking to you to see what kind of values you want to, place in terms of your products. And the government is also looking, to you in terms of your leadership of where you want to bring the company to, in terms of adding value, adding innovations into the larger economic arena. So I think, as PR professionals, you should be helping these CEOs, these C-suite people accentuate and also enhance that message out there in public. That's the positive part. I will also say that some CEOs and some chairmen should not express their viewpoints so vociferously in the media, in public, because they also have to, they have to acknowledge that sometimes their own values and their own image may not be consistent with what their customers are looking for, right? So, for example, there's a chairman of a foreign coffee chain that came out very strongly lately to defend his brand and to say that customers should go back to this chain because of X, Y, and Z. There was a chairman who came out to publicly try to defend the award of the second 5G network to this particular mobile company, and that invited some scrutiny as well from members of the opposition, right? So I think you know who I'm talking about here. So I think those are also examples of where the messaging can go wrong. And I think in those examples, the PR professional could have stepped in to try to give some advice. Whether or not the advice would have been listened to is a different story, right? But there's definitely a role to play in terms of enhancing those messages and values.
Yeah, I do agree, because sometimes being quiet is a PR thing too. If you don't say something, it stands out a statement. I go back to my disappointment about, now I know I'm a politician, right? My disappointment on nobody making a statement when the violence happened to the filmmaker and his actor. I was shocked that it was total silence.
If my party was still in opposition, definitely somebody would have made noise.
I'm sure. And thank you. And I was very disappointed because there was a new minister in there, someone from the industry, someone I worked with, was an actor in my show actually. But no, but it was quiet. It was crick, and the minister himself actually visited the filmmaker. And because I was like, are you guys making a statement? It's very disconcerting for us in the industry as independent filmmakers. And no, he visited the filmmaker, we're not allowed to make any statements, just to keep quiet. So not making statements sometimes is equally as bad PR than making statements. And knowing the right statement to make, I think that's a PR skill.
Thank you. All right, maybe we'll take questions from the floor so that this panel discussion is a little bit more interesting. I'm just flagging for the organizer to pass the mic around, if possible. Any questions for our distinguished panel here? Because I think it's a better panel discussion if we get questions from the floor rather than just from NDC. Right. Anyone? Any question? Yes, over there.
Hi, morning everyone. I'm Prema. I just wanted to ask, following up on what Lena said just now about the victimization of people, the producers and all of that. And recently we've also had with the sports athletes as well. So this is a growing trend. Another thing that I've noticed in the narratives in Malaysia now is about boycotts. So everything is a boycott. So I'm just wondering, where does PR come into facing and being swift and fluid in the changing sort of narratives that are going on in media and the power of social media to push this negativity instead of the positives sometimes?
I'll try to get the ball rolling. Thanks, Prema. Prema is from Taylor's University. She's head of the Media and Communication School with over 2,000 students now. Thanks, Prema, for asking. And I'll point to very specific examples because, still wearing my former MITI Deputy Minister hat. A number of brands, especially American brands and some European brands, have been affected by the issues in the Middle East. And there were two brands that I was aware of that were thinking about approaches to try to address this issue. One brand, a fast food company, shall we say, famous for golden arches, decided to sue BDS Malaysia. And when that happened, I think the press was very negative, and ultimately they had to reverse that decision. So I think that cost them a lot of bad press. Another brand, shall we say, F&B brand. In my engagements with them, I gave some suggestions, and they basically came to the conclusion that they would lie low, and they would try to focus more on their CSR efforts in ways that were quite quiet. And I think they've avoided a lot of the negative publicity. I'm not sure whether business has recovered. I think probably slightly, but that really shows me, that the people behind these kinds of issues have a lot of challenges to navigate, which I think the PR sector can really help to sort of like channel the thinking and the resources in the right way.
Yeah, interesting, because I was asked by Astro also, when this happened, the boycott happened, to work on a project for a particular brand, also food brand, that was being boycotted, and said, can we do a documentary? Because I did something for COVID versus Malaysia, and that did very well, and then they said, can you do a documentary about this boycott? So I was kind of worried, because I said, what kind of documentary do you want to make? What's the messaging that you want to give? And they said, and it's funded by a particular brand. I said, even worse, a documentary funded by a brand is not a documentary, it's called branded content. But they were quite insistent, and money is money, they wanted to pay me a lot of money. So I said, okay, let me just write a narrative, but the narrative cannot be from a perspective of the brand. And they said, fine, if you want to talk about the people being affected by this boycott, then maybe we could do a human perspective on it, because yes, the company is a good company. It has good disability employee opportunities. So, which means this guy who works, he's a guy in a wheelchair, and he works in Kelantan, and in that particular company, he's going to lose his job because it's closing down. Now, to me, that's a story. That's a human rights story. This person who has family to feed, and they close down, and because of that, he cannot. He's going to find jobs somewhere else. So those are human rights stories. And when I proposed all these human rights stories, in the end, they decided not to do it, which I was in a way kind of disappointed, because I thought a few human rights stories will always do well. I mean, nothing touches your heart when you think about it. It appeals to anybody to say, hey, how can you do this to someone who's disabled and feeding his kids and his family, and now you are affecting his livelihood, and it's this guy in Kelantan, and same thing like when it happened, like even the Molotov cocktail. So the big media agency said, we need to talk about this, because the girl who saved the mud was this Malay girl at 4 a.m. opening buka puasa. She was sahur. So she was a good Muslim, obviously, because she sahur. 4 in the morning, Molotov cocktail gets thrown, fire comes up. She has the right sense of emotion to go and put the fire out, save herself. But if she didn't, and if it had gone another way, she would have died in the fire. So, I mean, there must be stories of human interest, I think, at any point when it comes to sending out the right messages. I would always go for, end of the day, the human story, because in a microcosm of COVID, like for instance, when I was tasked to do a documentary on COVID, and I asked Astro, I said, what's the story we're talking about COVID? It's a huge story. So in the end, we just went for just stories of different Malaysians handling COVID in a different way, and COVID was to me, COVID was war. It was like our generation war, because we never went through war. And the visuals of the gun pointing at the temperature monitor being pointed at your head, looked like a gun being pointed at your head. We're fighting an unknown enemy. So then we just look for the soldier, the policeman who passed away, and how it affected his wife, the friendships they made in the hospitals, the fashion industry who rallied around to bring, make PPE suits for it. So we found human interest stories. And to me, end of the day, that is something that AI or anything else cannot replace, and just good storytelling that every big corporation just needs to tell that story. Because you're a big corporation, but end of the day, it's the person at the bottom that it's totally affected. And I think for us, most humans can empathize with those kind of stories.
This thing just shows the power of the consumer, which is incredible. I thought that these brands were unassailable, right? I mean, there's this brand out there, and of course, people will always go there to buy chicken or meat sandwiches or something, and yet they can move things and destroy brands that have been around for forever, and that's a reminder. And then you've got, now thanks to all this, people like Zeus Coffee are doing very well, and they got lots of money from the government investment funds to expand. And they wouldn't have been able to do that, I think, if those major brands were there and just smothering everybody. So, yeah, it's just incredible that there is this power out there to topple even the biggest, most stable-looking brands, which is, and I know this is boring, but this is something that happens in banking. And in a bank, what kills a bank is not doing one or two bad loans. What kills a bank is a loss of reputation and people lining up outside the door to take their money out. And once that fear starts and it goes on, that's what in the end kills a bank. And I know it can happen to banks, but I didn't realize it could happen to major brands in Malaysia. And that's just a lesson for all of us. I really thought it would blow over. I mean, did you think it would last, this boycott? I mean, we all thought it'd be one month thing or 2 week thing, right?
It lasted. It affected.
It's still going on, but I mean, who would have thought, right? You'd have thought that it'd be over in a week or 2 weeks. That's what I thought when it first started. But
I think that's where the power of PR right now. I mean, because again, PR is so encompassing. It just needs one nuthead. I sometimes say nut, like even for a country that destroys the whole thing, destroys the entire reputation you build.
Yeah, but I will also say that that's also an additional challenge and opportunity for PR practitioners in terms of contingency planning for your clients, right? Plan for contingencies whereby there are things that can go wrong, whether it's in public messaging or even, I would say within, let's say, the Malaysian government, there are ministers who, say things which may not necessarily align with one another, right? So that's, more advice lah.
All right, to wrap up, the president has one last question, and then we'll wrap up the session. All right. So Prof. Bani would like to ask one final question, and then we'll wrap up so that the next panel can start. All right, Bani.
Actually, what's very important for PR, we've talked about so many things, but one fundamental thing that sometimes people do not look at or focus on is knowing your audience. You take for granted. So I want to connect that to what you said earlier, Lina, but before I go there, knowing your audience, if you talk about boycott, and you try, from the PR perspective, you try to overcome whatever problems that's faced by that company, you must know why are people boycotting. You cannot send out messages, which we've experienced quite a few times. You want to send out messages that's very condescending. Whether or not you agree with the people who boycott, or you know, whatever it is, that's the reality. The majority of people want to boycott because so, and so. But you do not undermine how they feel. So a lot of times you undermine how they feel. We apply our own values that's very kampong, sort of, idea that we have of them, so that's wrong. Secondly, going to what Lina said just now, I agree with everything you say. Actually, Lina, we've known each other for so long. It's just that sometimes filmmakers come up with films that, which I believe sometimes lack, and I'm quite open. Yeah, imagine those people who are not so open and not so urban lah. You come up with films, you don't do your research well. I'll give you an example. There was a film that portrayed a woman who came back from abroad who opened a lingerie shop in a kampong. A lingerie shop in a kampong. Of course, kampong kan Melayu, Muslim.
It was directed by Singaporean.
Yeah, I know. No, but then it's not. No, this is the thing. This is a very good example. You come up with a film, this Melayu lady comes and open a lingerie shop in a kampong, and suddenly the whole kampong people, orang kampung Melayu ni bodoh. Islam, they are Muslims, they are stupid, they are backward. That's the sort of message that you send out there. Of course, I think the production was okay lah, you know, and quality, we talked about this, but that message, you are actually selling the narratives that Melayu, Kampung, and Islam is so backward. So that's very salah, I have to say salah lah. That's very wrong. The other film is, and the other thing is that sometimes they portray, if people do not wear tudung, they are ostracized by Malays. There's quite a few messaging that's very wrong. Only people like Siti Kasim would be ostracized if she doesn't wear tudung. Because she narrates that quite a lot. When in school I didn't wear tudung, my ustazah want to punish me. It doesn't happen in reality. Only a small fragment, a small section of Malays, Muslim think that way. So
But she's also appealing to her own audience.
Yeah, betul.
Right?
Betul, correct. And she's psycho. Anyway, I shouldn't be saying that. Apologies to... Yeah, but then again, that's my point. You know, the narratives, I purposely said that because I wanted to get the reaction. There's a narrative.
Yeah.
There's a narrative. So the narrative that you sell is very important.
I agree. And I think when it comes to, and this is where I always emphasize on art. Narratives is all about the messaging you want to say. And when it comes to art, I go back to art because filmmaking is part of that whole wide range of art that falls under a whole the range of visual arts. I mean, we have had this history from day one of people putting stuff out and getting their art, even their visual arts banned, taken down forcefully by KDN and all those things. You know, the thing is, end of the day, we can all agree to disagree. I think that's what's the role of art. The role of, and that's why every country that is like first world, always saying where you're civilized, you need art because you need art to agree to disagree because that's the filmmaker's opinion. And of course you got China, like when I said that the filmmaker is Singaporean, so was the script writer, so was the production. The only thing Malaysian is that they shot in Malaysia and Finas gave some money, but never mind. Yeah, and it was Singapore's entry to the Oscar, by the way. So, yeah, it was. But anyway, the final matter is the fundamental part of it. That's why I always emphasize, where is our arts education in this country? Why are we not emphasizing more to the students? I go to why are we not telling students, this is what you look, analyze your art, analyze your messaging. Because the messaging is the most important. When we see a movie that gets never before, 90 million at the box office, and it's only one race, and it perpetuates that one race, and it kills, you had Singhs being killed because they were horrible people and they murdered pregnant women and babies. I mean, look at history, then study your history. Number one, the Singhs, you know, they never touched, even they were part of the royal, they never touched women, they never murdered women or children. It was not. So we need to make sure we need to make sure as young, understand, have art appreciation, agree to disagree in a nice way, and then at the same time, it's okay, fine, we can watch a full movie, and I can safely say that there's a lot of movies that I don't like that became box office hits, but it's okay, because that's the role of art, to create that discourse of to have that discourse politely, and if you can't, then you just dismiss it, that person's an idiot. But, you know, end of the day, that's important, and I feel that's the government right now, and the way it's going with AI, even more so importantly, that we need this education from the young. Because you know, very soon we won't be able to tell who's real and who's not, you know. Because AI is so real, and it's faster than what we all think. Because right now I've seen some really scary AI stuff that you won't know what's real and what's not. And it'll be a huge, bigger, even PR headache for people who are trying to get messaging across.
Thank you. So maybe just to one final wrap up, open to all three panel members, is maybe to wrap up this discussion. what's your vision of a better Malaysia, and what advice would you give to all of us here who are communicators in one form or another to make this vision come true in your view? All right, and with that, I will end the panel this morning. Dato', would you like to go first?
Actually, Lina's right. AI is the future. You can just replace all of us with a computer. If you have a chance, go and try Google Notebook LM. If you put anything in there, it'll come up with a brilliant podcast where you have a man and a woman talking to each other. They make jokes. They're funny. It's charming. It's witty, and it's all done by a computer. So Google Notebook LM, and you just put anything in. Somebody put. Yeah, you can put anything in. And I know the most boring piece of text you can imagine. Put it in there, and you'll have this will come out, and that will soon replace all of us. So that is the future. But in the meantime, celebrate the fact that it used to be the case that if you wanted to have a revolution, you had to take over the TV station, and whoever took over the TV station and the radio station controls the airwaves and controls the narratives. Now it doesn't exist. Everybody's a producer. Everybody's a broadcaster. Ken Ming does everything, and he'll be even better than Tunggu Sekejap and Keluar Sekejap. Sorry, Tunggu Sekejap pun tak apa juga. I want to tunggu je. But yeah, so we can all do it. People had to go to film school and get sponsors and buy cameras and buy cinefilm, and now you can do it all on your phone. So the future is going to change. But selamat, Malaysia maju jaya lah, as far as my concern.
Okay, two responses or two things to say. First thing would be, I would want to use that AI right now, here and now, to achieve the objectives that I want to achieve with regards to communicating the message that I want to communicate in different channels, right? So, using whatever that is already out there in terms of my different appearances in media, I will use that to put it into different LLMs and say, okay, translate this into Chinese, translate this into Tamil, and so on and so forth, and then use that to channel that message. And this goes back to the first or the more important point, which is that whatever consistent message that you want to put out there, continue to communicate it in different channels, different ways, different innovations. You will have some mistakes along the way, but improve on them and don't be afraid to try new things and make it into a fun process for you and also for your clients. Thanks.
For me, I think it's inevitable. AI is inevitable. Technology is inevitable. So my hope for better is that the education part of Malaysia really gets their act together and teach children skills that's not just social skills. Importantly, teach them what values, teach them human values, teach them what's right, what's wrong, give them the proper values so that when they grow up, they don't become monsters online. They don't start cyberbullying. I think those values, and we cannot leave it up to the religious institutions to just teach values to children. I think that's wrong. I think and the school, arts, they all have a place to play. So that's my hope, that we revamp a bit the education, give a bit more power to the arts, the discourse, and teach children how to think.
Okay, thank you, Lina. Thank you, Ken Ming, and thank you, Dato' Charon, for a wonderful discussion on how do we, basically about leadership and communication. And I started with saying that leadership is communication, communication is leadership. I will also urge each and every one of you here in this hall today to think that communication is a leadership function, and there is no leadership if there's no communication. Therefore, we always have a role to play, because as communication professionals, our job is to make sure that leadership happens. And only with communication, leadership can happen. With that, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this panel discussion.
Thank you very much to Andy. Thank you to the esteemed panel for the open and candid conversation. Let's get a group photo. Thank you for your insights on creating winning narratives for the marketplace that have given us all plenty to think about. And I'm sure all of you will be carrying some of those ideas into your own work. Another round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we move on to the next session, we have another video from our Platinum supporting partner, Sarawak Tourism Board. Let's have a look. Thank you to Sarawak Tourism Board for being the summit's platinum supporting partner. Now, up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Media Industry Roundtable, where we'll hear from some of the top players in Malaysia's media landscape as they dive into the topic, the Malaysian media industry of the future, opportunities and challenges. The panel will explore the dynamic landscape of media in Malaysia, examining how technological advancements, shifting consumer behaviors, and evolving global trends are reshaping the industry. Undoubtedly, digital transformation offers new avenues for growth and innovation. However, these advancements come with challenges, including the need for media outlets to adapt to rapid changes. To further dissect this topic, let's invite the moderator on stage. Firstly, Shazmin Shamsuddin, Head of Podcast of Big Boom Media, Sindran Berhad, along with a panel made up of an incredible lineup of media leaders, Ashwat Ismail, Head and Editor-in-Chief of Astro Awani, Lim Pin Young, Co-founder of Good Foodie Media, and Shannon Teo, Malaysia Bureau Chief of The Straits Times. Now, this promises to be a lively and insightful discussion. So, without further ado, we would now like to pass the stage to Shazmin.
Good morning, everyone, or rather, good afternoon. And thank you so much for being patient with us because it is lunchtime-ish. First of all, I'd like to say hello to everyone, distinguished panelists, esteemed guests, and members of the media. Welcome to today's roundtable discussion on the Malaysian media industry of the future, opportunities and challenges. You know, in the early years of my radio career, and this was the mid-1990s, what we would do, those of us who were on the breakfast show, there were a few stations along the corridor where I worked at Astro on the second floor. We'd get there very early and wait for the newspaper man to arrive with his pile of newspapers. And at 4 a.m., we'd kind of digest the headlines and the special interest stories so that we would have things to talk about that morning and, organize our listener call-ins for the day. Obviously, times have changed because, back then Google was not even around. So these days, anything you want to know, you just, turn on your phone and look for it. So this is, I guess, what we're discussing this morning. And traditional broadcasting is, of course, converging with digital platforms, and newsrooms are adapting to AI, big data, and all of that good stuff. Social media is redefining how we consume, share, and engage with information. So these changes bring about a lot of opportunities for innovation, but they also present significant challenges, especially in a landscape where credibility, sustainability, and audience trust are paramount. Now, I'm sure you recognize all three of our panelists, but I'm going to introduce them anyway. We have here Ashwat Ismail. He's the editor-in-chief at Astro Awani. Ashwat is an award-winning journalist and media professional with over 17 years of experience shaping Malaysia's media landscape. As the youngest editor-in-chief in the country, he has led Astro Awani to be recognized as Malaysia's most trusted news brand for 7 consecutive years, celebrated for its excellence in journalism and innovation. And under his leadership, the channel won the 2024 Asia's Best AI in the Newsroom Award. So we're definitely going to be talking about AI. And a senior fellow at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, Ashwat is dedicated to advancing impactful leadership and media transformation in Southeast Asia. Okay, and Ping Yan is the visionary CEO and co-founder of Good Foodie Media, a rapidly expanding homegrown media empire with over 100 million monthly viewers across 18 media titles in Southeast Asian countries. I always look to this channel for my next meal, like where am I going to eat today? Okay, so it's very influential. Now, he was also named TikTok Shop Creator of the Year 2024 for his innovative and viral content. And his extensive work experience in the digital media industry began at WeChat Malaysia Tencent, where he worked on a food app before pivoting to his passion for food blogging. So yes, Ping Yan will be digging your mind maybe towards the latter half of this discussion. And of course, Shannon Teo is the Malaysian bureau chief at the Straits Times. Shannon cut his teeth in print, web, and wire agency journalism before joining the Straits Times in 2014 after a decade of covering everything from pop culture to politics, money to motoring. He took a year break from reporting Malaysian news in 2009 after winning the Chevening Scholarship to complete his postgraduate studies on political communication at the School of Oriental and African Studies in London. So these are our 3 panelists. So without further ado, because time is short and I know people's stomachs are a little bit empty, let's get right into it, yeah? This one is for Shannon and also for Ashwat. How have your organizations met the needs for a digital-first audience, and I guess what are the challenges in balancing in-depth reporting with the fast-paced demands for social media?
Basically, for the security of my job, I'll answer on the basis of foreign desk reporting.
I will support you.
Yeah. So what the local desk does in Singapore is beyond me, above my pay grade. What I would say is that I think for us, so my audience are kind of like 80% Singaporean, about 10% Malaysian, and then rest of the world combined. Surprisingly, the US is our 3rd largest market. I suppose a lot of Singaporeans end up in the US for whatever reason. Now, I think for us, the news push is not as important. I think maybe that's more important for Astro Awani. They cover Malaysia for Malaysians. You need to be the first, you need to be the best, so on and so forth. But for us, really what's important for us is to contextualize what's happening in important markets for our audience. So, look, it's borderless, right? There was a time where you couldn't read the New Straits Times in Singapore. You couldn't read the Straits Times in Malaysia, so on and so forth. Now you can. If you are a Singaporean who's interested in Malaysian news, you go to Astro Awani, right? You go to Malaysia Kini, you go wherever. You can get the news right in front of you. You know that this has happened. You know that yesterday, what happened yesterday? Najib and Irwan got their DNA yesterday, right? Anyone can read that, right? But what does it mean? And if you're not someone who's from the country, you're not in the local context, maybe you don't get the significance, you're wondering. I was even asked this question by someone, oh, does this mean that Najib's going to get his house arrest? So, they don't really have the right context for the news flow. So that's where we step in. And it's a bit of gatekeeping because we are deciding for our audience, I think this is important for you. This one is not so important for you, so on and so forth. But we are still guided by the metrics. Everyone's guided by clicks, right? By how many seconds you stay on this page, so on and so forth. So those things also come into play. very different. You talk about digital first, in the sense that I think when we talk about people who used to, or some people still read newspapers, we still have a print. In print, we guide what you read, right? We put something on the cover page. You read that. You flip the page and there's a page lead on page 2. You read that. You're always guided by what's at the top, right? Once it's online, you don't have that guidance anymore. People choose what they want to read. It's shared on WhatsApp, it's shared on Facebook, so on and so forth. When they come to your site, even there's no guarantee that whatever you put at the top is what they're going to read, right? So I think for us, the strategies, we have to as much as whether some people like it, they don't like it, they're a bit more traditional, you have to adopt some of the more clickbaity strategies as well. You get them in onto your page, and then you try to get them to stay on.
To add on top of what Shannon has said, I was amazed with the previous discussion where Elena put up nicely about humanity. This is very important, ladies and gentlemen. So it's, and what Andy has said about communication is about leadership. We are all in this hall is going to die.
Wow.
Okay, let me put it this way. Yeah, throughout our generation and throughout the decade and the next 50 years down the road, we're going to face this 4 ABCD, and we're going to die with this ABCD. Number 1 is A, artificial intelligence. B, battle of big brothers, or the war, Cold War. C, climate change. D, demographic will be changed. We are entering the age of depopulation, aging society. These 4 major ABCD that we're going to see throughout our lifetime, and we're going to die with it. Now, let's talk about leadership and communication. It's not about the technology, it's about the humanity. So, whenever we want to put anything out there, whatever that we want to communicate, whatever aspect that we want to push, the fundamental philosophy is, number 1, to strengthen the humanity, the human qualities. Number 2, to strengthen and to enhance the quality of our own products. In this case, communication, content is our own product. Now let's zoom in into every silo that what we are doing on daily basis. Most important is, are we answering and strengthening these 2 key fundamental philosophy as a communicator? And people talk about, Andy talk about leadership is about communicating. I agree totally with you. A good leader communicate. Let me put another part of it. A good leader explain. After that, a good leader, after he explain, he communicate again. After that, he explain again. And after that, he communicate again. Communicate, explain, communicate, explain. These are the major fundamental about strengthening our relationship between human being to another human being. But ladies and gentlemen, whenever we want to create an ideation to craft what are we going to talk about is going to be replaced by artificial intelligence. If you believe that you're a good consultant or consultant, you're going to be replaced by artificial intelligence at any time of our own generations. So, how do we form some sort of understanding among each other to strengthen the humanity? It goes back to the fundamental of why human touch at every heart of our communication is very important. Then I would like to second what Shannon has said. Shannon put it nicely about you must have that particular, what does it mean to me as an audience? What does it mean to me as a user? And leadership is about communicate, explain, leadership, explain, communicate, explain. But in this era, where it's hard for the audience to internalize information, there are trillions of information moving per second. To internalize information is hard. And how does that going to be formed as a good knowledge to be digested and to be practiced on day-to-day basis? So, as an opening line, Shaz, so I would like to put another part of this in which leadership doesn't mean that you just have to communicate and explain. But leadership means you have to listen. It's about listening. Yeah.
Totally agree with you. And it's interesting that you say, you know, there's so much information available anywhere and everywhere. And everyone's attention span is getting shorter and shorter and shorter. So with that in mind, you know, how can you, or how do you differentiate credible journalism from the rise of clickbait and misinformation, especially in a very competitive digital landscape? Shannon, would you like to take that one?
Everything in the Straits Times is credible. I mean, what you
Yeah, lah, but you know, if you're speaking in a more generalized.
No, I get what you mean. I have to say things like this so I get my raise at the end of the year. I mean, I think there are many tools out there, and you talk about AI again. A lot of AI is actually used for fact checking, making sure your sources are credible, so on and so forth, right? But I think if you're talking about how we, not so much how we use the tools to make sure that our journalism is credible, but how do we fight this battle out there, right? As you mentioned, trillions of bytes of data coming at you every day. And some of it is what we would consider less credible. Some of it we would consider fake news, so on and so forth, right? Actually, I don't think the difficulty is in differentiating ourselves. We are very different. And perhaps because we are so different, people don't want to read us, right? The appetite for what we say traditional, right? But if you go to the US, they kind of denigrate us and call us legacy media, like you're something that belongs in a museum. And that's an existential problem for legacy media. But I actually think that the difficulty now is in how traditional media, news agencies, whether you're in a piece of paper or you're online, if you're radio news, your whatever, TV broadcast as well, is not so much how different you are, but how you're trying to make yourself the same. How you're trying to latch on to the same audience, right? Whatever is this trend-setting crowd, whether now it's 18 to 35 or only 18 to 25 or whatever it is, the people who use slangs that I don't understand, right? So, and trying to be, not to be different, but in fact trying to be as similar as possible to what they consume. Now, that's the problem here. Because, okay, look, 15 years ago, newsrooms around the world started opening Twitter and Facebook. And what do you do there? You repost the same story that you have on your website, right? Nowadays, yes, Straits Times, and I'm sure everyone, you have your Instagram, you have your TikTok, you have whatever else is out there, like threads. I lost count, right? There's so many. What do you put there, right? So, if Straits Times have a TikTok, does Shannon Tia go up there and do a little dance? I don't think anyone wants to watch that. Ashrat maybe lah, but no one wants to see me shake my butt on Twitter, on TikTok, right? So I think that's a question that we ask ourselves. What is your product, right? And if you are an influencer out there who's wearing very attractive clothing, shall we say, then your product is that TikTok reel where you're dancing around on the reel. The Straits Times product is not that. So how do you be the same, but without using that form, right? That style. But you still need to get your substance inside. And I think that's a struggle that all newsrooms, every time there's a new advent of technology, something changes, how do you still be that, as you ask, credible journalism, right? How do you put it into that platform and still redirect it back to what your core product is? And our core product is news.
And whatever Shannon has said, that's right. And on top of that, the most important to really distinct ourselves and differentiate is about whether people trust you or not. It goes back to the fundamental, whatever we want to talk, whatever we want to put, whether it's content, are we facing a crisis of trust? So in this particular age of misinformation and disinformation, we are this is how I foresee things. And we do a bit of backcasting here. I think in the next 3 years, distrust will be getting higher and higher because as you see now, the whole the dynamic of the current landscape, because of misinformation and disinformation, is getting higher. So it goes back to the fundamental, whether people can trust. So now we are talking about rebuilding trust, or rather, managing distrust. So we are talking about two different dimensions. It's actually multi-dimension. It goes back to only one core, whether people trust you or not. You are creating press releases, you are creating captions on social media, you are creating content, you are creating documentary. People trust you? So in order for us to rebuild the trust, it's about connection between a human being to another human being. And to rebuild trust, you have no choice but to be really on the ground with that particular community, to be on ground with that particular person. Then you start to talk about rebuilding trust. Prof. Bani and myself won't build that trust if we don't talk to each other at least once a month. Right? So, inshallah. So that's the point of knowing each other and build that trust. So this is the same dynamic and the same magnitude that we are building with the audience, with the community. Are we talking to them, or we are actually one-way communicating, telling them and pushing this particular information to their throat? So that's the most important part, in which whether you are a good communicator, whether you're a bad communicator, you are a communicator, you have to communicate in order for us to build a strong trust with the people and the audience and the community at large.
Ping Yan, what are your thoughts on this?
I think I'm in food media. I think trust is very important. Trust is earned as well, because we are recommending food. With more advertisement come in, people will also queries, why are you recommending certain food, right? So I believe I do agree with Shannon and Aswad as well. I think trust in what we are seeing on social media, also based on algorithm, as Shannon mentioned. Algorithm is pushing us to certain news outlet and we as a user, we thought that is true, but sometimes it would lead to negative news or distrust news. Is false news sometimes. So as a journalist about clickbaiting, we know we as a PR person, we have to craft certain headlines that we associate with the audience, that they click and we get certain views. That's from the business side. But for trust, as a news outlet, we have to have the audacity or trust in ourselves that all the information we posted is well crafted and well researched. That's why I don't touch a news site, because we don't have the professionalism. Not that I don't hire editors and news reporter for my company, so I don't touch that business. But I do respect the news outlets such as Astro Awani and the Straits Times. You know, they are doing a great job on that.
Okay. Now, this one for Shannon and Ashwad. Have you both observed a shift in audience preferences towards certain types of stories or formats? And how have you responded to this shift? Ashwat, you go first.
Oh, well, yes. And consumption has changed, yeah? And the pattern people consume content has changed tremendously. And that's also a reflection of the advertising landscape has changed tremendously. I think, okay, let's talk about how much ADAX that we have lost. Only on Facebook is about 2.5 billion ringgit. So, you know, we need to pay. So now I'm not talking about from a content perspective to take care of the business of journalism itself. And how are we going to survive if, one, the culture of consume content must be free. So that's how people keep on talking about, okay, when I consume content, I don't want to pay. It has to be free. And let alone news. What Astro Awani, Bernama, and everyone else is pushing the content is the same content. So the scenario is like this, you see. It's the normal basic economics, demand and supply. We keep on supplying, I'm so sorry that the reality, we keep on supplying things that is actually very low demand. And again, when it comes to journalism, is according to Minister, is one-way street. It's very thin line between parroting and also analyzing. So in this era where, because of social media, like whatever for the past 5 decades, from print, TV, digital, and then digital platform, and then social media content, you can see throughout this generation, Astro One is a young company of 17 years old, but I've seen 3 inflection points. From TV change to digital platform consumption, from digital platform consumption to social media, from social media to mobile content consumption. So throughout these particular 3 inflection points that somehow redefine the way we communicate and distribute the content to our own society, to our own community. But one thing remains the same. People consume good content, people engage with the content in whatever form. It's just that because of this, throughout this changes, the landscape has changed tremendously. What we have seen is I think about 3 to 4 key elements in which has been defined well by the late Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger in the book of Leadership, in which this particular thing has created some sort of 4 biases. Number 1, in terms of conformity. Number 2 is about immediacy. Everything has to be fast, right? People they ask today, they want the answer yesterday. So immediacy. Third is polarity.
You hear a rumor and you want it confirmed
That's
by
right.
Astro Awani. That's essentially how it works.
Polarity, conformity, immediacy. This element is very important up to the point that people don't have trust in leaders anymore. And it's very hard for leaders to navigate the situation and to really build who am I as a leader and ask themselves the raison d'etre being a leader. What is the purpose of existence of a leader if people trust artificial intelligence more than trusting the leader? We are moving towards that particular arena where people don't trust teacher that much. That is dangerous. What Lina has said, go back to the fundamental of building values, learning history, understanding philosophy, and that strengthens the whole fundamental of human values. Because that part, spiritual intelligence, emotional intelligence, is very hard for IQ, which is now overtaken by the winner, the champion is, ladies and gentlemen, is artificial intelligence, is there. You can take over the IQ, but the SQ and EQ remains with the fundamental philosophy as a human being. So go back to that fundamental, whether we are the content creator, whether we are teachers, universities, live with it and absorb the technology because it's here to stay. So do not run away from artificial intelligence. You have to live with it. It's like climate change. It's like people in Philippines, my friends in Philippines now making fun of the typhoons. 3 typhoons come together, one after another. And they're making fun, like Kelantan is making fun of Banjir. So that's the situation. You live with it, the climate change, and how do we live with it goes back to the fundamental of how do you digest that knowledge, and it based on how the human values that we're carrying on day-to-day basis. Yeah, that's my answer to that.
Did you have anything you wanted to add, Shannon?
I've kind of forgotten the question because I'm so intrigued.
But
it was something about how
basically-
shifting
the landscape, the shift in audience preference towards a certain type of, this format and stories. And how do you?
Both in terms of the shape, the form, the format, and as well as the substance, like what people want to read. But there is no trend that I can tell you about in terms of content, right? For news content, that what people want to read. It is cyclical, right? So at a time when, say, for example, Donald Trump won the presidency, blah, 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 so on and so forth, people are very concerned about how things will change around the world, whether there'll be trade tariffs, so on and so forth. During COVID time, people are very concerned about lockdowns, about vaccines, so on and so forth, right? There's always something that is there. Things that we are told not to report on, race and religion, always a very strong selling point. It used to be a time where, for the Straits Times especially, you just put Mahathir in the headline, sure can sell. right? Now, not so much, right? So there are these themes that you get. Sinkhole, for a while, was a big story for Singaporeans. But it was, again, a very weird theme. There was one sinkhole, right, in the middle of town, and everyone went crazy about that one sinkhole. Meanwhile, there were hundreds of trees falling down all over the country, killing people and doing more damage, right? But no one wanted to read about falling trees for some reason. So it is, I think it does also come back to people. I don't know if you guys ever have meetings and then your clients say, how to make this viral? And there is no answer, right? You cannot viral something. It is not, it's organic, right? By its very nature. So sometimes you follow the trend, right? And you try to milk it for as many clicks and views as you can. But the danger in doing that is that then I think the question about differentiation, right? You are like every other news portal out there. How do you lead the coverage on something like that? So for example, how do you lead the coverage now that Donald Trump is going to be president? How do you lead that coverage for where my audience is in Asia Pac? We want to be the leading newspaper in Asia Pac. So what are the stories you tell the people here? How does it affect them? You have to be the experts in the area. Like you talk about building trust, you have to know what you're talking about before you even talk about formats, talk about whether we want to do mobile content, video content, podcasts, so on and so forth. The content in there, it has to be strong. You have to know what you're talking about, right? Even the people who are putting out fake news are experts, right? Let's not think that they are idiots. They are very smart people, right? So in the same way, you have to build your own knowledge base, and it comes back down to that. Actually, journalists, we are, one plane goes missing, everyone's an aviation expert. There's a pandemic, everyone's a virologist, right? All the journalists have to go and, really mug up on all that knowledge.
Now, Ping Yan, what about strategies? Which have been the most, I guess, effective in keeping your audience engaged on platforms like Instagram and TikTok and obviously YouTube, where a lot of your stuff is on?
Yeah, Charmaine. So I have witnessed through, because for my view, I do believe good content will drive more views, but from consumer perspective, we should really follow where the audiences are. So for my business, for my company, we have witnessed, I started my business as a side hustle. Penang Foodie started as just a blogs. So I started a pride. I learned SEO. I learned writing articles. I go to Tosun. I go to Haminia Nasikana, just write an article. That was where I started a blogs, a website. But I did that. I only gathered 1,000 followers on Facebook. But when I changed, where the social media behavior changed, which is video consumption. But 7 days ago, people still worry about, I don't have free Wi-Fi. Can you borrow me free Wi-Fi? I couldn't consume a YouTube video because it gonna takes a lot of data. But I have witnessed myself where that time I was using AI, sort of. I convert my top 10 street food in Penang into a video form. That was a slideshow that time, Top 10 articles, I put in a tool called Lumen 5, and boom, I can create a 2 minutes, but it's a slideshow video. Free music plugin, then it comes. The first one is Hamidia, the second one, Din Maju. It was just a slideshow, but it gotten me 10K share, 1 million views on Facebook.
How many minutes was that slideshow?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
So the first one is show you the top 10, and people love it. Because that time, the video editing tools wasn't so chunky and less people now, but that didn't change now. When I posted that, I capitalized on that. I started to create breakfast, burger and all, and I gotten my first 10K followers in a week, where I gotten my first 1,000 followers in a year. So that's where I have witnessed things change, right? So I started to capitalize on a lot of video contents, and that's where now we have gathered about 30 million social media followers. My strategy is always, I go with where the followers or where the audiences are. From Facebook, Instagram, used to be a square form videos. Used to be a black bar on top writing headlines. And now it's short form videos. So we as a media outlets, we have to stay ahead or on par where the video content is. So that's our strategy.
All right. And speaking of AI, can we talk about AI's role in your newsrooms and how you address concerns perhaps about its impact on content authenticity and journalistic integrity?
I think there's a story behind it. When we started back in 2023, it's actually when ChatGPT entered the market. It wasn't perfect that time. It was in 2022. I started to play around with ChatGPT, being a loner. So, of course, you talk to robots most of the time. So, and suddenly you say, oh, this guy not too bad after all. Or maybe she's not too bad after all. So, it was in November 2022. And then I realized one thing, oh, this is scary. In January 2023, since Awani is like a Malaysia partner of World Economic Forum, so I requested to see a futurist. In Malaysia, we don't have futurists. I'm so sorry, US sucks and such. So we need to find someone from the outside. So this futurist by the name of Professor Amy Webb. She's an author. She's also a professor. She's a futurist. And she dissect and decouple a lot of things and put that on a piece of paper. AI will impact every industry, every sectors, and the timeline. That time, 0 to 6 months, media and entertainment industry and communication. 0 to 6 months, yeah? And then after that, going to die. So how are we going to go about this? Okay. And then I said, okay, this is interesting. Then we stopped by in London after that. Me, my head of current affairs, and my best journalist. And then I asked my best journalist of mine, Astro Awani, this is a situation, right? So let's do a bit of reflection. How are you going to go about this? How are we going to go about this? When I outlined the whole scenario to him, his first reaction was, macam ni lah, Syed, aku berhenti kerja, aku nak jual kebab je lah kat London ni. So that was a reaction from the best journalist that I had. And then I arrived in Malaysia, first thing first, we need to do a bit of backcasting. You can see through. I could see that this will impact and create a crisis of talent in this industry. So it means our job will be overtaken by robots. Danger. Okay, what are we going to go about? How are we going to go about this? And then come back, then I put another round, the best journalist, okay, I need you to produce a listicle article of 10 best things about the healthcare in Asia Pacific industry, healthcare industry in Asia. The best journalist could produce that in 1 hour with all very thorough, blah, 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 blah. ChatGPT produced in 12 seconds. So that's the hard truth that we have to, let alone if you are in the print media, do you really need a sub-editor to check your grammar? While that ChatGPT can check your grammar like nobody others. I mean, like a perfect English teacher from the UK. Depends, maybe America. So that situation put us into, and then I created shift in Astro Awani. I said, let's create this a new unit called Multimodality News Innovation Team, MNI. This team is going to be the core team and to make us agile in terms of facing whatever technological advancements. What are the philosophies? It goes back to what I've said. I have to put the philosophy into this. Number one, AI is in the word of Arab and Melayu, you call it khadam, hamba abdi. Is a tools. It's not going to replace human being. Okay, put the philosophy to this. Is to strengthen and enhance the quality of the human being. Second, to enhance our product, journalistic product. It helps. They are not the main. They cannot be journalists. They cannot replace Shannon. Shannon, great at the location, look at things, dissect. These are the content that matter the most to the Singaporean, Malaysian, and ASEAN region and global at large. Okay, now next. How to go about this? We start, most important, when we are facing the world or the era of so-called unknown unknowns, what is the most important part? It's not the knowledge anymore, it's the culture of the organization to adapt and to adopt fast. And that's how it started. Throughout this journey, 1.5 years, where we are today, we are not putting AI as the main. It's only helped us to enhance our product. For example, long article or long press release from Stephanie will be straight away summarized by AI. These are the 4 or 5 key takeaway points from Stephanie's great write-ups. That's it. Okay, this bullet point is actually will be consumed by people on social media. How long do they read? Less than 6 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Your super great masterpiece of press release, 6 seconds people will read it. Especially the headlines and first paragraph pun mereka tak baca. Thank you.
Your thoughts, Shannon? Would you like to add to that?
You know, we just had an opinion writing course down in Singapore. And then we asked, and these articles run about 1,200, 1,500 words. Unheard of, right? Who reads 1,200? Anyway, so we have the opinion pages. And then we asked for the data on that. So how many people read, how long do they stay? They stay an average of 21 seconds on an opinion piece. It's 1,500 words long. How many words can you read in 21 seconds, right? So, yeah, you're right. You know, the shape and form of consumption is changing, right? You rather watch a 2-minute video, you get more out of that than 10 articles about the various different places that you've eaten. But I think there's space for all the different formats because there are different kinds of audiences, and the question is about how you locate your audience, right? So your product's different from mine, my product's different from Ashwath's. And yes, it would be nice to have everyone come to the Straits Times. Young, old, regardless of race, gender, everything. Yeah, all come read Straits Times. But that's not going to happen, right? And so if you know your audience, right, then you craft your product for them. You have some things that they can consume in 6 seconds, 20 seconds. Some items they will consume leisurely. And I think part of the problem is that leisurely consumption of news is gone. Nobody wakes up in the morning, buka surat khabar, baca while having your coffee and soft-boiled eggs. Nobody does that anymore. A lot of people consume news only when they're on the train, they're sitting in the back of their car, right, on the way somewhere. You get to the meeting, nobody's reading the news. You're in your meeting, right? So how I think the technology is, AI is just one of them. Again, right? There's so many other things that we're using in the newsroom nowadays to actually put the content out there. Is to actually be able to bring news into that format where, okay, so we identify commuters. If they're going to read a news article, they got a few seconds, then they have to get off at the next station. But if it's in a podcast, they can listen to it as they go through the boom gate, go onto the train, come back out the other side. Still, as they're walking to their meeting, they still can consume. But the news article is very difficult to do that because you have to come back and like, oh, where was I? Paragraph 3, paragraph 4. So the same content is actually being reproduced, right, to an extent for a different audience. But not just in that sense. Or what we used to think of different audience is newspaper article, copy paste, put onto the web page. And then maybe on Twitter you add some other stuff, right? On Facebook you add some pictures, you know, and stuff like that. But that's not what I think newsrooms are doing now. I would cover, say, on a day-to-day basis, say for next year, Malaysia will be ASEAN chairman. Again, nobody cares about ASEAN really, but okay, we will cover ASEAN chairmanship, right? And you may have an article every month about Malaysia ASEAN chairmanship because every month there's some senior ministers meeting, so we'll cover. But then when we get into the podcast, and the podcast is not going to happen every month for Malaysia, even it might be quarterly. And so then you can do a bigger kind of roundup and speak to an audience that is more interested in, so actually what did they achieve? And my prediction, of course, is nothing. ASEAN never achieves anything. But so you need to, then you get an opportunity to tell your audience in that conversation, in that podcast, so why doesn't ASEAN achieve anything, so on and so forth, right? But again, where the tools come in is that the stresses on reporters and even content producers much higher than before, right? You expect one employee to produce X amount. It used to be reporters go for assignment in the morning, you come back for tea, you write your story, suddenly it's lunchtime, you go for lunch, you come back, you write your story, 3 o'clock you file your story, you go for tea again, wait for the sub-editor to clear your story, 6 o'clock, okay, done, then I go home. Right now, I feel like I'm a doctor on call, right? I don't know what day it is, I don't know whether it's night.
It's relentless, never ending.
So you just got story in front of you, you do lah. No story, then you can go to the gym for a while. So, but so the news cycle also as an effect of it changing. We need these tools, right? AI is in that sense an existential threat, but at the same time you realize that the newsroom cannot survive if it doesn't use technology.
Right. Okay, so I know that we're coming short to time, but I really want to address certain issues with Ping Yan's, balancing authenticity with commercialization, monetization. Ping Yan, how do you maintain good foodie media's authentic voice, while collaborating with brands, and what strategies have proven effective in balancing commercial goals with content credibility?
Yeah. So I do want to touch on about AI, right? Because AI is about authenticity as well. Because once I found like ChatGPT can write top 10 breakfasts in Singapore, in Sydney, I thought of myself, Jose Liao. This time I can duplicate to multiple national good foodie media, not just in ASEAN, but I'm the US foodie, UK foodie, I can make that. But it's still lacking the authenticity, right? We don't have the voice of Aswad or Shannon in that space. So we decided not to do that. So in good foodie media, we believe in authenticity. We let the hawker, the restaurant owner tell their story. And of course, food is very subjective. I say that nasi kandar is nice, Aswad might not. Because every palate is different. But we do try to convey the message to our brand. Please believe in our direction, our proposal, then only you come in, right? I think that will only where we gain trust from our users if the brand believe in our brand positioning. So we try to do that. Every 15 content of we publish out, I would say only one is paid article or paid videos. That's how we maintain the authenticity. The money that we get from brand is where we also give a voice for organic content, the SME, the hawker, the restaurant that you love in your city. That's where Good Foodie Media is there to help to support them.
I have a question for Ping Yang. Ping Yang, my question is there, under the pretext of a direct correlation between artificial intelligence and food, do you consider the food product from Thermomix is authentic?
The food product from Thermomix products?
Yeah. Thermomix produce bihun. You consider that bihun authentic or not?
This really struck my brain now. I believe Thermomix has done their research and everything. I do consider that it's a product, yeah.
Okay. Now, we were talking about monetization and sponsorship and branding. Have you ever had to turn down a brand partner to preserve your platform's integrity?
Yes,
How do you navigate all that?
Yeah, we do. I still remember, we serve a lot of SME. The restaurant, not so much on the big corporation, although we do. When I was still doing content for my brand, I was the editor. I go into their kitchen and see how they prepare their food. That's where I turn down the advertisement. I straight away say, because it's about cleanliness. Because most of the time, the audience, the customer, the consumer do not go into the kitchen. But we do, because we have to shoot how they prepare the food. The cleanliness is especially, because cleanliness is not subjective. Everybody is the same, because it will affect the health. That's where we turn down. Right? We straight away say, no, sorry, we have to go back now, because we don't want that to be posted on our social media. That's where we turn down as well. And yeah, a lot of time we do turn down.
That's great. Now, final question for you, Pinyang. In an increasingly competitive digital space, how can smaller or independent media outlets remain profitable while staying true to their core identity?
I think yes, we are still fairly independent, or even though we got investment from investor. We believe building a media from day one, build it as business, dollar to cent, charge properly, and do position yourself in the niche that you love. If you love in the passion, talk about passion. I'm from Penang. My passion is food and travel. I talk about food passionately. And if you love tech products, talk about tech. If you love politics media, talk about politics. And where for us, we are very fortunate. We produce very quality content and get more eyeball, get more followers, and that's where always brand will come us inbound and say, hey, want to advertise on your platform. But for independent, I know very B2B is keep your editor costs low. I mean, you do it yourself first. For us, we do it ourselves, then we hire intern to be the content team. Then only you charge. That's where you stay afloat for business side. And for independent, it's really about a strategy. Give yourself a voice. A lot of the producers that we see from other news outlets, they do come out to become independent news reporter. And because people do appreciate the voice of the editors. And that's why I believe, that's why I follow them as well. So that I do see in the future, independent or individual that give a strong voice or opinion in certain products or certain industry is going to excel really well. Because audience love it. The audience love the authenticity and the sincerity publishing certain news topic.
Okay. Now, for all three of you, very briefly, looking ahead, what is the single biggest opportunity and challenge that you see the Malaysian media industry facing over the next 5 years? Ashwat.
It's important for us to enhance the trust. For example, you know, the least trusted jobs in Malaysia, or in the world rather, are politicians. The more we amplify the voice of politicians, journalists also can be considered as the least trusted jobs in the world. So we need to strike this balance to have a clear understanding, like I said, listen, communicate, and explain, and then the loop continues. Listen, communicate, explain, and have a proper dialogue, meaningful conversation that enhance human values. I think this is what matters the most. At every heart of any product, every heart of our communication goes back what matters to the people. Are we useful to the society? Are we actually really, our purpose of existence to help others to grow? That kind of question should be the core fundamental for us as communicator, media man, or as a human being at large.
Ping-Yan?
I think in next 5 years, news media is gonna be really, the voice of the news reporter is very, very important. I still believe that. I think the past still the same, but future is gonna give so much more values. People do trust a certain individual giving certain recommendation. I think it's gonna be stronger and stronger now because the younger audience also getting smarter and smarter. They do have the choice to select which publisher, which news media to follow. With that, I think the very important is the trust and the things that we talk about. I think, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of successful independent news or media that's excel in others overseas and even in our own country as well. Yeah.
Shannon.
We talked about this earlier. So many journalists on the streets, right? Because the jobs are not there. Making sure journalists can eat, right? And they have a roof over their house. Now, how do you do that? I suppose traditionally we say, oh, then you get a job at a news agency, whether it's a newspaper, TV, so on and so forth. And of course, today, I think the work that people are doing, that's also journalism, right? You go out there, you discover new places to eat. That's journalism. I used to do food reviews also, so same thing, right? So how do you finance that, right? That's the challenge. But things like Good Foodie is showing the way forward, right? When he was talking about small media, I was thinking, yeah, that's Straits Times compared to your views, right? So I was taking down some notes. So the opportunity, so that's the challenge. But the opportunity within that challenge is that it gives us a chance to rethink the model, especially of large traditional media, right? So you have a Straits Times in Singapore, you have an Astro Awani in Malaysia. Now, how do we operate? We're a centralized, very centralized newsroom, right? And for Straits Times, maybe we have an excuse because Singapore is this big, right? So I wonder for the operations of things like Awani, for the entire Media Prima stable, how do you go about it? You still have a huge headquarters. Yes, you have small bureaus everywhere. But is there an opportunity to be more distributive in terms of how you do your operations? Whether you can have very independent, very, what's the word, autonomous teams, right? Around the country, around wherever you're covering. Being very hyper-local, right? And then from there, kind of gathering back to the center. Because I think when we talk about trust, people have to see you, right? And know that you're actually doing the work, right? So if, say, in our newspapers, we often have world news, Trump this, APEC that, G20 that. But the reader is like, but you're not there. You're just lifting off the wire services somewhere, right? When you do hyper-local news, when you have things like, we used to have this Subang Jaya Echo, local Penang newspapers and things like that, right? They cover the thing that's in front of them. The community knows who these reporters are, right? We don't have that anymore, right? So, look, I mean, people might read my articles in Singapore. Very few of them actually met me, right? I'm never in Singapore, right? That's the first thing. I'm not Singaporean. So, can they build that trust with me? The trust there is with the brand, is with the Straits Times brand. But eventually, does that trust hold, right? Or is your trust more with the reporter? Can you trust the reporter did his work or her work? And I think that structure, something needs to happen with that. Because when you talk about all the so-called disinformation and all this kind of guys, it's the personality, right? All those guys that you see on their podcast spouting, the Tucker Carlsons of the world, so on and so forth. It's about the personality. It's not about whether you're CNN, you're Fox News, or whatever, right?
All right. Well, before we wrap up, very quickly, just a quick one. Any questions from the floor? One question.
Hi, my name is Dustin, and I was listening to Mr. Shannon and Mr. Ashwath talking about what purpose do we serve, and how do we help community and readers grow, right? But you also at the same time mentioned that headlines these days should be very short. People's attention span 6 seconds max. So there is very little room for, let's just say if I'm a practitioner and I'm trying to write a press release, there's very little room to gauge how long should I write and how short should I write, because at the same time, complex issues sometimes require more words to be delivered. Now, I could feed the people what they want, which is short content. But now, and I think Miss Tan, Lina Tan, pointed out that people are online. They are more informed than ever, but at the same time, less informed. They say a lot about things, they read quickly, but then all of it they're misinformed, or not misinformed, uninformed, right? So how do we find the balance between, feeding them the peanut butter that they want, but knowing that, is it healthy? Or do we keep feeding them? Or do we say, hey, sometimes we need to help, we need to educate people, we need to give them the right information, right? So I think the attention span part is quite hard when it comes to, people trying to write shorter and shorter. Maybe next year we are looking at headlines that are 2 seconds. So how much can we educate them and communicate effectively this way?
It's terrible. We are late for lunch and you start talking about peanut butter.
Sorry,
You know how stressed I am up here? I'm getting like, boy, wrap it up.
My head is thinking about food right now.
Okay, brief, quick answer, Shannon?
I think you're always going to have to deal with dwindling attention spans because more and more data is being thrown at people each passing day. You used to only have to look at the newspaper, radio, TV. Then now you have websites, and then you have social media, and then you have, and it goes on and on and on, right? It is very competitive. And I don't think you are limited necessarily by time. We are talking about averages here, right? Average person, I was mentioned, average person on an opinion page in the Straits Times, 21 seconds. But for every person who's there for 5 seconds, there's someone who's reading for 5 minutes, right? Then the entire pitch here is that whatever you are putting down, whether it's on an email to an editor, or whether it's actually the content that's going out, everything has to be interesting. You can't have a lull. You can't say, I have a great headline, first paragraph very good, the rest of it, everything has to catch, right? Everything has to earn my time, right? So I don't think there's a strict rule, like, oh, next year, everything's 3 seconds lah. Following year, everything 2.7 seconds. I don't think it works like that, right?
All right, and with that, we're closing today's media roundtable for the opportunities and challenges for the Malaysian media industry of the future. I thank you, my lovely panelists, and for all of your patience, because I know it is lunchtime, so let's go get lunch. Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists, Ashwat, Pin Young, and Shannon, and also to our moderator, Shazmin, for the insightful and thought-provoking discussion. We do have a token of appreciation to be presented to all of our panel. With that, I would like to invite to the stage Ms. Lydia Chia, Vice President of PRCA Malaysia, to present a token to each of our panelists and also to our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, their perspectives on the future of Malaysia's media landscape have given us much to reflect on, especially as we navigate the challenges and opportunities of this ever-evolving industry. Another round of applause for them again. Thank you to our panel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a well-deserved networking lunch. Take this opportunity to connect with fellow professionals, share your thoughts on what you've heard so far, and of course, enjoy a delicious meal. Lunch is served at Nook Restaurant Level 1, and we'll also have a special presentation by one of our sponsors during this time. Let's reconvene at 2:30 p.m. later for the next session. Make sure to be back on time because we do have a special presentation waiting for you to kick off the afternoon. With that, enjoy your lunch and we'll see you later at 2:30 p.m. Thank you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope lunch was good and hopefully the company was even better. Now, before we kick off with the afternoon session, let's watch a video from our silver sponsor, Grab Malaysia.
What can a single tap do? It's just one simple little tap. How can it brighten someone's day? Give them a sense of hope. Can a single tap actually improve lives? Seriously, can it? How can a single tap give people reasons to smile, to feel good about today and perhaps even better tomorrow? Can a single tap give people a fighting chance and make them believe that they can beat the odds and make something of themselves? Be equal to the rest can it? Do you really think a single tap can really do all that? And can a single tap change the way we treat the environment and make people do their little part to make this world a better place? Can it bring joy? Can it bring happiness? Can it give us hope for the future? Come on, it's just a little tap. What can it do?
Thank you to Grab Malaysia for being our silver sponsor and making today's summit a reality. With that, welcome back everyone to the Malaysia PR Summit 2024, communicating for a better Malaysia, reset, reframe, and reimagine. Now, before we start with the next session, let's do a little bit of stretching. I know everyone just went for lunch. The day is getting longer. It's already 3 p.m. Can I have everyone to stand up a little bit, stretch your arms, let's warm up and get energized before we resume with the summit. Come on, everyone. Let's get on our feet just a little bit. You can wiggle around, dance around a little. Maybe, I don't know if we have any music at the back. I would also like everyone, especially those on my right and left, to look at each other, to look at the middle section. And if you see any empty spots, empty seats, I want you to head to that seat and fill it up, because we want to fill up the middle section, especially if you want to get a better view of the stage. If you see any empty seats in between, please feel free to fill it up. But continue on and stretch your arms and legs before we start with the next session. Let's freshen up a little bit more, especially after a lunch, a good lunch just now that we had over here. All right, do you feel a little bit more hyped up? A little more energized? Okay, thank you, everybody. You can have a seat. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the afternoon with an exciting fireside chat on a topic that's shaping the future of our industry: AI, reimagining the world of PR and communications. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, AI technologies such as natural language processing, sentiment analysis, and chatbots are revolutionizing content creation, media monitoring, and audience targeting, enabling faster and more personalized communication strategies. As AI continues to evolve, it holds the potential to further enhance PR practices, making them more efficient, data-driven, and responsive, while also raising important ethical considerations. Now, we are privileged to have two incredible experts with us for this discussion. Without further ado, let's call upon the moderator of this session, Stephanie Brockman, General Manager of Strategic Public Relations Group, who will be speaking to Ross Monahan, Regional Chair of IABC, who will share his insights on how AI is transforming PR and communications. With that, Stephanie, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Nadia. You actually did my intro already, so that saves us some time. Thank you. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. So we have a fireside chat. Earlier on, we said we always tell the truth in PR, but I don't see any fire. And I think we are sitting on the wrong side, but I think you can tell. Okay.
I'm in the hot seat.
Are we switch roles now? No. I still ask the questions, and I'm very glad that I don't have to give the answers, because I'm so happy to have Ross with us here. I don't need to introduce him anymore. You've already heard from him this morning. But thank you again for coming all the way. And let's just get right into the topic. Let's just start with the big picture, the impact on communications. How do you see AI transforming the communications industry, let's say in the next 5 years?
Wow, big question. Look,
As an academic myself, with both undergraduate and postgraduate students, look, I've been using my classes as a bit of a lab to see how we could start to use AI, and with a bit of hope that I would get some understanding about how it's going to be used in organisations, how new starters within organisations are likely to use AI, but also to experiment about how my students can actually use it. I've had some great discussions with the delegates just before this session about balancing plagiarism issues, which of course is a huge issue for us within the industry and as academics as well, students just using ChatGPT, which by the way seems to be the most popular of AI apps that people are using, and then balancing it with students actually using it in creative and interesting ways to actually further and improve their writing and other communication and strategic thinking as well. So in terms of the future, people ask me, are you for or against AI? And I don't think it's a matter of whether you're for it or against it. It's here. When I don't think anyone thinks that we can actually stop AI from impacting what we do. So I think as businesses and organisations and practitioners, we need to understand how we can use it more effectively and efficiently to do our job better, faster, and in more ethical and sustainable ways. My family, my father, my grandfather, my brothers, I come from a family of builders, and in a way, I see it like the introduction of electronic tools like, staple guns and electronic saws. I mean, that didn't take away the jobs from the building industry, and it'd be ludicrous to think that builders now would always use, a hammer and nail just because that's the way it was always done. Builders have used it more efficiently. Manufacturing is using AI to be more efficient, and I think as communicators, over the coming years, we will use AI to do what we do better. It's not going to take jobs. I don't think what people are saying now is AI won't take jobs. People who know how to use AI efficiently will be the ones who will take the jobs. The other side of that is having come from I was the CEO of the Mobile Phone Industry Association, and I saw how organisations implemented mobile telephony. When I became an academic, I did a lot of research and writing on social media and worked very closely with my students from the early days on social media. And I see a lot of a lot of similarities between those two issues and how AI is being adopted within organisations. So, I think the organisations that are using it and failing fast, using it in ways that help their employees be more efficient and effective will be the ones that will thrive. I still laugh when I hear of organisations that say, no, we're not using AI at all. Well, is that even possible in 2024? I don't think it is. And if you look at what happened with social media, back in the day, employees that were blocked from using social media within their organisations, what did they do? They took out their phones and used it anyway. So employees, I think, will find ways around these. So I think organisations need to manage the risks. I think policies, procedures, training, communities of interest, that a lot of organisations do, so employees share. And industry associations are really important as well. So be a member of your local industry association. I was told to say that, but it is true.
We paid him to say that.
I'm not on commission for every time I say it, but I will continue to say it because, as I said this morning, it is a really important way for us as practitioners to share our knowledge, share our understanding, and help us avoid problems, but also be more efficient as well.
So maybe we can just ask around the room, is there anyone here who does not, or whose organization does not use AI at all? Can you raise your hand if you dare? No. But Then I ask the other extreme, is there an organization here maybe that completely embraces AI and has integrated it into their processes and also use it even to commercialize their services or promote the use of AI?
One of our great sponsors,
Right,
Grab.
yes. So you are
is using.
fully embracing with your organization. So what I think is in Malaysia, there is still a very wide field. So I don't know about Australia, but we have the situation here that as PR practitioners, we are sometimes struggling with client expectations, which range from, well, if you use AI, why should I still pay you for press releases because you're doing them in 5 seconds? So then basically they feel that diminishes the value that they get from us for some strange reason. And on the other extreme, we have been asked in pitches to demonstrate our knowledge and usage of of AI. So where do we fit there? You say we need to all embrace it, and I agree. But when it comes to the adaptation, do you see what is the biggest challenge there?
I think the challenge is in working out how this technology can help us do our jobs more efficiently and more effectively. And to some extent, and again, I've spoken to some delegates today who have reiterated this, that sometimes using AI initially takes longer, but I see that as a bit of an investment. You use it and, okay, it might not work for this particular project, but next time I'm doing something similar, I can use it. So, and I think that's how a lot of organisations dealt with social media as well, at least in the early days. So I would encourage people to start thinking about how you can use it in efficient and effective ways. And I know there's lots of hype out there about AI. It's far too much because there's so much money to be made. I mean, if you look at how much, is anyone from Microsoft here? Good. If you look at how much money Microsoft is making at the moment on AI and integrating it through all of their services, are organisations getting value for money there? I'm not so sure. No, they're not. Where there are other free services out there. So I think playing with a range of different services, using it. One thing that I love to do, of course, you don't want to make a mistake for your employer, but if I make a mistake for Ross Monaghan, individually, that's okay if I goof up online. So I'm a big fan of using these sorts of things in family and social situations, which you can imagine my family and my kids just, oh, Dad, put the phone away. But, little things like, we put up the Christmas tree a couple of nights ago, so got out the phone, used AI to write a song, and we were in hysterics. And it just took me a few minutes to have a bespoke song mentioning all of the family members and what they were doing. I was able to quickly put that video together, and I could see using that within my work as well.
So now that's the humorous side of AI. I think there is a little bit of a more serious one. Maybe we should also not shy away from that. You did say you don't believe that it cuts away jobs, or at least it will always have jobs for those who know how to use it. But let's talk a bit about the human-AI collaboration versus competition. So we all understand AI can help us automate tasks, process lots of data and things like that. So where does the human role come in? Is it on the creativity side? Is it the emotional intelligence that was mentioned before? Where are we still superior?
In almost every way, I think. I think we can't forget the importance of human-centric communication. Is everyone in here pretty confident that they could spot AI written content when it just comes out of ChatGPT? Yeah, I think most of us can. So I think we've got a role in that. Of course, it speeds up the process. I mean, I'm sure I'm not the only one that uses ChatGPT to draft something and then I go over it, or the reverse, I get it to fine-tune. So understanding that, it will speed up that process, and making sure that our communication is human-centric is really, really important. I think the other side, I do a lot of work in the emergency management space in Australia because of, the threat of bushfires and flooding is pretty prominent in our area, so working with emergency services. And that's one area that it's made us stop and think that AI is never going to be empathetic. I think it was Groucho Marx, the comedian from almost a century ago, who said, if you can fake sincerity, you've got it made. I think AI will probably be pretty good at faking, communication but AI will never, to use the emergency services example, AI will never understand what it's like to save and build a house, have your family grow up in a house, and then have it destroyed by a flood or a bushfire. It will never be able to do that. It might be able to fake it very well in the future. So this is where I think humans will still play a really central role.
Well, AI is pretty good in faking other things, so that was also mentioned earlier at the media panel. I think one problem is the ethical challenges or the transparency challenges that come with AI. I think some of the journalists mentioned that it's very hard to even tell a fake from a real image or story. How do we deal with this as communicators?
Yeah, look, there's a couple of different sides to that. If we're going to be producing content, I think letting our audiences and our communities know if it has been AI generated. And I think this gets back to my point earlier today about, reputation is all about doing the right thing, saying the right thing, and authenticity. So being authentic is really important. I won't name the organisation, but I was talking to a client and they were cloning, it wasn't the CEO, it was actually a politician's voice so that he wouldn't have to do the podcast. And they thought this was a great idea. So this politician couldn't be bothered spending 10 minutes doing this podcast, had to have it, it's not authentic. And I think there is a real danger in communicators using it to fake sincerity. And I can see lots of organisations are going to come a crop of because of those sorts of issues. Then we get into the deep fake issues, and personally I don't think we've really seen the implications of deep fake. So frankly I was a bit surprised at the US election that we didn't see more deep fakes, and it was a bit of a novelty when it happened and they were spotted fairly quickly. What is probably more insidious is when we don't spot these fake issues. And that really concerns me. I think that that's going to be a growing issue for communicators dealing with organisational reputation and the reputation of senior managers within their organisations. Because once activists and people who oppose us start to really use AI to its full extent, I think we're going to start to see a lot of problems. And just a simple example that I was talking with somebody the other day, if you write to a government department, and a community member writes to them asking them questions, it's natural that most government departments will be obliged to respond to all of those questions, right? I'm sure. So if you were annoyed at a government department at the moment, why would you just write an email with one question? Why would you not ask ChatGPT to come up with 50 questions to ask the government? I can see lots of people here now thinking, I can use that. But because this is what my students are already doing to me. Once I call them out for using AI, then they send me AI written emails complaining and asking me a whole range of questions. to which they get a very curt reply from me. So, but you know, activists are going to be able to use it for deep fakes. But what hasn't been talked a lot about is that they can use it to hyper-localize information for you know, local communities and groups. And if you've got a large data set about, you know, individuals, their thinking and their feelings on a range of issues, you can get AI to quite easily tailor that information to really manipulate large groups of people. And that keeps me up at night. And I think that that's going to be a huge issue for us in the years to come.
You kind of like led naturally to the next question, and I have to admit I had to consult ChatGPT a bit on that because I wanted to know why is it such an issue and what really does, I mean, we all love to use those terms, hyper-personalization. What is really behind hyper-personalization? So I asked ChatGPT, and of course I learned what it really means. It told me that it is going beyond the traditional segmentation when you are doing targeting, for example. So you're not just going by age, location, interest. You're using really advanced algorithms, and then you can analyze individual user data, browsing habits, purchase history, time spent on content, and even sentiment expressed in social media interactions. So that creates a little bit of fear in me that I'm becoming completely transparent. AI knows everything about me, and that then means that brands can use that. Brands and others can use that to really target me with messages, and under the pretext that they want to create experiences that are really tailored to me. So then I asked ChatGPT, so why is that an issue and why is it so important? Because of course there is first of all privacy concerns, right? And then another issue is that the whole intrusiveness into our lives. So my question now, since you already mentioned that as a challenge, what is the balance, or how can we balance using a more targeted way? Because we also talk about audience focus, and we want to really give people what they want and not bother them with things that are not interesting. So how do I balance between personalization and privacy?
Yeah, wow, this could be a whole topic in itself, isn't it? The privacy issues and balancing those issues. Look, this is where I think good human oversight of AI is really important. Having policies and effective procedures and training within organisations, I think, is absolutely crucial. Can I see a show of hands of organisations that have an AI policy within their organisation?
Yeah.
Two. Yeah, that worries me. I think understanding these issues and starting to have policies that are going to direct your employees and how you are going to use it in an ethical and responsible way is really important. So think about the ESG implications of AI. Not a lot of people are talking about this. There are quite a few, but I think the ESG issues associated with AI are really, really important. So this is where I think not just leaping in and jumping in the deep end with AI, I think using it in small ways so that any failures you have are quite small and you can learn from those. They're recorded, employees share their failures, and they're not punished for any failures, because it's really important to understand where those failures are happening and how you can learn from those sort of things. So I think that human oversight, having the policies within organisations, having the training and the procedures, those communities of interest to share information, whether it's within your organisation or within industry associations like PRCA, are really, really important as this whole field develops.
I do believe we want to do a little bit more also as PRCA in terms of training. I want to ask that question again to the audience. Has any of you really attended any formal training on AI, or have you attended any workshops or courses on your own initiative? Who has done this? Okay. All right. So there is, but it seems to be a little bit more of an individual effort rather than a concerted effort. So back to you, because you're also training PR or the future, the next generation of PR practitioners. What is the skill set that PR practitioners need to work with AI or to operate within an AI communications environment?
Yeah, this would be a great one to actually open up to the floor as well, but I'll start it off. I think
We want you to participate.
Yeah, I'm sure there are lots of great answers out there, because I reckon we've got a room full of AI experts, because you're all using ChatGPT. So if we have got a couple of microphones, but I think being inquisitive and using it to see how it can work, and if it fail fast is what we used to use in social media. If it's not working in AI, move on, use something else, try another platform, try another way to use it. I think investing some time into how it can help you do your job better and or faster is really important. So top skill, I think it's not really a skill, but I think the top thing to think about is being inquisitive and wanting to learn and adapt to the new world that we're in. But I'm really keen to hear the thoughts of others.
Yeah, there's a question there.
Good afternoon. My name is Balbe. I am from the old school of journalism, the golden age, where print media used to be hitting 300,000 in circulation, where readership used to be 500,000 per day. And those days, we never had this, AI. So our command those days was, I've got some senior journalists here, KH Lim, Tong, who are senior editors. It was all command of the language, the English language. You use your English language to create press releases. As we moved on from journalism to PR, we did exactly that. We never had any AI. But come back today, just last couple of weeks ago, we had new PR students who are talking nothing except AI. They're only using AI. So the question now comes back is, reimagining the world of PR and communications. Are we heading in that direction where you're relying solely on AI, which I don't rely on completely because I can see the fakeness in some of the articles that are translated or done. I rely on my own intelligence, my own language, and my own skills. That's priority for me. So if we start encouraging AI all the way without any skills or language knowledge, I think we're heading in the wrong direction. So I just want to warn that such direction may not be the right direction. I still stick to my own principles, like KH Lim and Tong, who are experts in their language command. We still stick to that. We still do press releases the old way. Although we may just have a glimpse at AI and say, stay back, we'll rely on our own skills. That's my opinion. And I don't know how you feel about it, but there has to be a warning sign somewhere that the new grads and new PR communication guys who are coming in the market must be aware of this. And one more word of caution. If you look at the case of Getty Images versus Stability AI, you'll see the trouble that it can cause. Infringement on copyright law, intellectual property law, and it's happening. So what did the UK do? Introduce the European Union AI Act, which could curb a lot of things. So you see the danger the EU has seen. I just have to get your feedback and maybe the others from here.
I 100% agree with just about everything you said, and I'm really worried that my students are going to lose the skill of being able to write effectively. I've gone old school journalist, used to use a manual typewriter back in the day as well. I've actually swapped now to some of my quizzes and assignments in class are actually pen and paper based. The results have been shocking. It's not good news. I'm really concerned about those issues that you've raised, both of them actually. I think the copyright issues and the intellectual property issues, particularly at the moment from both music and visual artists, but probably anyone who's got any work on the internet has already had their work being used to help train the learning module, the large language models already, so we've already been implicated. But for students, yeah, look, I would love advice. How do I get my students to not just use ChatGPT to write their assignments? I could tell you I'm fighting a losing battle. And one of the worrying things that I am seeing is now that students understand that they can use AI to write their assignments at the end of the semester, why would they either bother coming to class or looking at any of the course material? I have noticed a huge decline in the use. No one reads anymore. Very few students are looking at my lectures online or coming to class unless I actually stomp up and down and say, you must come to class. So I don't have any answers. I'm still grappling, and I think there was an article in Melbourne, my local newspaper, there just saying that university degrees are almost worthless now because of AI. So I know it's not just me, talking with Professor Barney, it is an issue across the board. And I think
he's dying to ask, comment.
Yeah.
Test. I think basically I've been hearing this, people are afraid of AI replacing us, replacing humans and whatnot. That's secondary to me, especially in this line. What's more important is, to me, I'm one of those people like Balbi, I didn't quite like AI and ChatGPT, and I could tell who wrote whatever using ChatGPTs. But then I got to know that it makes things convenient. So basically, as an old school person, I had to embrace it to an extent. But the danger is we do not, if we don't tell our people, our staff, for example, or my students, that they must use it sparingly. We must, in life, everything must be in moderation. I'll give you an example where we did some research earlier. Some of my team members used AI, and the writing was very convincing. The figures with regards to the government policies and whatnots, and figures, and the figures were all wrong. If you had not double-checked, and there's this small proviso that ChatGPT provides, that do not take whatever information they give as wholly correct. So we must pay attention to that. That must be communicated to students, must be communicated to our staff. I know everyone uses ChatGPT. I do use ChatGPT as well to an extent, but I must write myself. I cannot, for the life of me, get ChatGPT to write for me. Because I think ChatGPT or AI makes people lazy thinkers and lazy writers. When the AI is there, ChatGPT is there, people just, give whatever prompt, they prompt some words and that's it. To me, I would write something, perhaps sometimes we do spelling errors or, maybe grammatical errors. We get ChatGPT to double check. And sometimes to do research, I think that's good. But then again, even when you do research, you need to check your facts. Because the one that we did a couple of times, the figures were totally wrong, and had we relied on those figures, we would have been in trouble with our client. So do not take for granted that ChatGPT is always right. It can beautify your language, but even then there's no soul to an extent. It's quite straightforward. And you can put in things like, I tried this, you put in things like craft something emotive. Yeah, that degree of emotion and ours is different. So I think that's very important. People need to know you cannot rely 100% on ChatGPT, one. Two, ChatGPT or AI makes people lazy thinkers, lazy writers, and maybe lazy readers. And we need to get this message across. It is something that complements. It must be something that helps us to make our work easier a little bit, but we can't rely on it 100%. Yeah. But as oldies, we must learn to embrace it, Balbi.
Yeah, and don't forget that, look, writing helps you think. I mean, this is a point that a lot of my students don't understand, that if you need to form an opinion on something, sitting down to write is really, really important. And my students just aren't doing that. The extension to that is, of course, you know, the Google is now just bringing up AI-generated results at the top of, search results now as well. So for our communities who are looking for information, this AI-generated content is all that they're going to now, and that is another big issue for us as well. I know there are people out there who are manipulating their image and their reputation and saying things on AI services so that AI will spew out what they want it to say. So that's already a developing area that we need to watch as well. And maybe some of us are already starting to do that.
So I think we all agree that we will not live without AI. We all need to know how to master it. We need to use it carefully, and we should still all pursue and further our core skills of communicating, writing skills, and actually really also analyzing things by ourselves. So that will not be replaced by AI. But maybe just to round this up, I mean, we've all heard also from the audience, but what can an organization or what must an organization do to build a future-proof communication strategy? So we do need to do something. We said we need regulations. I mean, there will be a regulatory environment anyway, but in a company, we need a company policy. There needs to be something about the ethical use of AI. But what is the strategy that we should all develop?
Yeah, look, good question. I think the first step is that mindset. It's coming. Let's start managing the issues and start having policies and procedures and training. And look, the training that I've done within organisations, both government and commercial organisations, I make the point that unlike social media, which you needed social media policy, and many organisations didn't have social media policy for years and years after the implementation, after the introduction of it, and many had lots of problems because of that. So I'm sure if I asked who has a social media policy, everyone's hand would go up. Not many people have that AI policy at the moment, but I think it's really important to start having that. One of the problems I'm finding with clients is that who starts the conversation about AI in the organisation and who starts to develop these policies and procedures. Now, some very regulated industry sectors, government departments, and people like banks are actually doing really good work because they've got the policy people. They understand the privacy, the security, and all of those cyber issues. For other organisations who aren't at that point, I think the comms people are really, really key to getting the conversation started, because unlike social media, AI can and is being used in every department within organisations. Every employee is using it in some way, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's the accounting, whether it's content creation. And good comms people are across all of these issues. They've got the contacts internally. They understand the policy, the privacy issues as well. So I think we're in a great position as communicators to be able to lead the conversation within our organisations. And I think that's really important, because if we don't do it well, we're going to have a lot of problems with reputational issues. I've already talked about ESG issues as well associated with this. So start the conversation, get the lawyers involved, get everyone within your organisation to start thinking about how we can benefit from it, but importantly, from the reputation standpoint as well, starting to think about the many, many risks that there are out there. And brainstorming and coming up with ways to think about how it can be used or by external stakeholders to attack our organisations, or whether how we can make mistakes internally. Thinking about all of these things is really important. A great way to do that is many organisations have crisis simulations. I've started doing crisis simulations on AI, and wow, my colleague who runs the business, as he says, it'll be the best worst day of your professional life. They are fun, they're very stressful, but they get you to think about a range of issues and get you to think outside the square of how you can face lots of risks and how your opponents are going to start using AI. And when you start thinking about that, then that really focuses your attention on those policy issues and being prepared, which is absolutely crucial in crisis, of course.
Thank you very much, Ross. That's all we have time for. I get the signal from the back there.
Steph, can I just say something? Not an opinion, just wanted to, because you were talking about AI policy, I forgot to mention that in our Code of Ethics and Integrity, there's a whole section on AI policy. Yeah. The reason we did that is because we know these things are coming, and we want people to be, what do you call that, exposed to this. By next week, we will have this whole Code of Ethics online. We hope all the members and non-members will pledge to be part of the Code of Ethics. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Thanks, Barney. So he just would like to invite all of you to engage with our Code of Ethics and the incorporated part on AI. And I think in the next year, PRCA will think about ways of maybe implementing those brainstorms and offering them so that we can all have this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Stephanie and Ross for that insightful conversation on AI and PR and communications. We'd like to once again invite Lydia Chia to the stage to present a token of appreciation to both Stephanie and Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, it's clear that technology is reshaping our industry, so it is important that we are agile enough to adapt and adopt new ways of working. Thank you once again to Ross and Stephanie. All right, everyone. It's time for a quick afternoon break. Let's be back by 4 p.m., so feel free to stretch, grab a refreshment, and recharge. We're almost at the finish line with one more exciting roundtable session to go. Don't go anywhere. Stay put, but we will have a quick afternoon break, and let's reconvene at 4 p.m. See you later. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be back a little earlier than 4 p.m. Let's meet back here at 3:50 p.m. to continue with the Communications Industry Roundtable later on. We'll see you at 3:50 p.m. Thank you. All right, everybody, welcome back. Hope you had a good quick break just now. We have one more session before we officially conclude the Malaysia PR Summit 2024. With that, we'd like to invite everyone to please take your seats. For those of you who are still outside of the ballroom, please do come inside and take your seats as we are about to resume with the summit. Thank you. All right, everyone, welcome back. We have one more session before we wrap up the Malaysia PR Summit 2024. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into the communications industry roundtable, just a couple of questions for us all to ponder. How can PR practitioners become resilient in a rapidly changing digital landscape? And what skill sets will be essential for future PR and communications professionals to succeed in a fast-paced, tech-driven world? Let's dive right into our next session for us to gain insights into these questions and more. For the Communications Industry Roundtable, we'll be discussing PR and communications, building a future-ready and resilient practice and profession. Leading the discussion this time is Jonathan Tan, founder and managing director of Vox Eureka. Please welcome him on stage. Joining him are our distinguished guests, panel speakers, Andy C., founder and managing director of Perspective Strategies, Shukrin Ma, strategic communications team lead from the Ministry of Finance, and Shireen Azli, chief marketing officer of KPJ Healthcare Berhad. With that, I'll pass the mic over to you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Nadia. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for staying behind. I know this is the last panel of the day. Everyone's probably very tired after a long day, but our promise to you is this, that we will try our very best to not waste your time, and hopefully everyone will have like some practical takeaways going from this session. I know we've discussed AI so much this afternoon, so like 10 minutes before this, I was like scribbling questions as to like how not to cover what has already been covered, because Stephanie and Ross already took all the questions already. But anyway, we also open a time, ask us, really, really pointed and provocative questions, and hopefully we everyone's keeping eyes, but yeah, ask us, good questions so that we can all take something back. I mean, it's the last panel after all already, lah. Yeah. So, good evening again. My name is John. I'm from Vox Eureka, and we're going to dive into the topic of how do we future-proof our practice and profession, right? So, two segments to it. One is the practice. So we use tools, our strategies, our frameworks. How do we future-proof that? And of course, how do each of us, from a profession point of view, not go extinct and become like dinosaurs? And how do we adapt and evolve, with all this technology disruption? So, okay, my script has a preamble about the 1990s and 2000s, and every single moderator started with that because we love looking back at the good old days. When my career started, I think in the late 90s, early 2000s, we were using CRT monitors. There was no such thing as a smartphone. The whole concept of going viral was non-existent. We were faxing media invitations to RTM. I hope we're not still doing that. But, and if you fast forward to today, oh boy, it's a different, very, very different world that we're navigating, right? We've got technology disrupting everything, growing demands for transparency. The citizens are expecting more social responsibility from brands and organizations. We spoke about misinformation and disinformation and all that. So really challenging times for the communicators, and whether we can uphold our role as the arbiters of truth and credibility and trust and all that. So over the next 45 minutes, my ask from our fellow panelists, right, is to hopefully let's not talk about the now, right? Because we've already covered that rather extensively, right? Let's pick out crystal balls. Let's look 5 years, 10 years into the future. And I hope that we can all give like some really good takeaways for all the practitioners here and students as well about how we're going to really upskill ourselves and protect our profession and our practice so that we don't become irrelevant. Yeah. So let me introduce our esteemed panelists who are going to help us unpack this. First off, I have Shireen. Shireen Azli is the Chief Marketing Officer at KPJ Healthcare Berhad. Please give her a warm welcome. Now, Shireen, she brings nearly 30 years of experience in the healthcare and telecommunications sector. She previously served as the CEO of the Malaysia Healthcare Travel Council, as well as roles at Telecom Malaysia and Talent Corporation Malaysia. In addition to the corporate roles, Shireen serves as an expert with the Deputy Vice Chancellor Office at University Malaya, reflecting her commitment to developing future talent and advancing industry knowledge. Shireen, glad to have you here with us. In the middle is Shukrin Ma. Shukrin is the GM of Corporate Communication at Malaysia Airports Holdings Berhad. She's currently seconded to the Ministry of Finance Malaysia as the Strategic Communications Team Lead. A warm welcome for Shukrin as well. Now, Shukrin has 20 years of experience. I believe she started in broadcasting, Media Prima, right? And she's gone on to agency, public relations, corporate affairs, strategic communications. She had roles at Petronas, Bursa Malaysia, Tenaga Nasional Berhad, where she led the group communications and branding efforts. So very diverse background, and she bridges both the public and private sector, so she'll bring a very interesting perspective to this discussion. And last but not least, Mr. Andy C, who has already been on stage today. Please welcome Andy again. Yeah. Andy is the founder and managing director of Perspective Strategies, strategic communications and issues management firm. He is actively involved in the industry. He serves as the advisor board chair of the Public Relations Global Network, and previously as the president of the Public Relations and Communication Association of Malaysia, PRCA. Yeah? His leadership and expertise have been pivotal in advancing the standards and the practices of the PR industry in Malaysia. So, panelists, thank you all for being here, and thank you in advance if we are going to be asking very hard questions. Yeah. Okay, let's just jump straight into it. AI, technology disruption. I mean, there's so many different technology disruptions, right? But we can't not talk about AI again. I don't think we need to talk about how emerging it is. It's here already, and rather than bring presumptions, right, I assume everybody uses AI, or ChatGPT at least, right, in every day. Can I see a show of hands? Who uses it every day? Okay, all right, not bad, not bad. Hey, I don't use it every day. No? Oh, excellent, okay. Now, how many of you have used ChatGPT Enterprise? Wow, amazing. How many of you built your custom GPT models? Wow, amazing. Okay. Now, we were just chatting a bit before this panel, right? And a lot of the context of AI conversation we had this afternoon is about AI, but we are really thinking about ChatGPT, right? And ChatGPT is just a language model. It is but the tip of the iceberg of what artificial intelligence is, let alone AGI, which is Artificial General Intelligence, or ASI, Artificial Superintelligence. I'm just throwing acronyms, but I have no idea what they're going to bring to the table, right? Just trying to sound smart, right? But in 5 to 10 years' time, all these things are going to make ChatGPT look like a toddler, right? And we have no idea what's coming. So even though we're crystal ball gazing into the future, we're all just being a bit presumptuous, but that's our job. Let's anticipate. So I wanted to start a question about whether, how much we embrace or resist kind of like, AI, right? And I received an RFP, a brief from a client this year. And in that brief, one of the scope of work mentioned AI-generated press releases and must disclose that it is AI-generated. Okay? That's in the actual scope of work. Now, with that in mind, right, I'm going to start with Andy, okay? Andy, as someone with connections, right, across agencies worldwide, clients worldwide, how do you see, clients and brands embracing AI or resisting it? This kind of practice, right, where we are already accepting AI-generated releases. Do you think that's okay? Not okay? Should we embrace it more? Should we resist it more? And I know Shireen's looking at me, so I'm going to ask her from a brand perspective later on as well here.
So I think it's, without a doubt, we cannot say that we want to push back or whatsoever. It's as good as a typist telling the world not to switch to computers and please keep the typewriter because it's an important skill to keep. As much as I'm old school like Prof. Bani, the reality is old school cannot survive. Our industry is being disrupted. If we say we don't want, we are no better than the Nokias or Blackberries of the world. As much as we say how important old school is, productivity and efficiency and commercial pressures will ensure that all in-house communication professionals, as well as agencies, you need to use AI at some point in time. Because if you say no, it's as good as saying that I don't want to use the calculator, I don't want to use the computer. There's no doubt about that. Now, question about will the English be still good and all that, that's another challenge and another topic of discussion. How would schools then need to teach? Because a PR agency or communications department, my role is not to teach English language or Bahasa Malaysia. That's the job of the school. My job is to ensure that my work supports the organization's profitability and all that, which means I need to do whatever that's required to support the commercial needs of the organization. So I cannot be questioning, why do I need AI, blah, 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 because if it's efficient, I need to do it, because there's no question about that. And I think that's very important for us to understand it's a disruption to the industry, and we say don't want, we're no different from the taxi drivers that protested against Grab coming to Malaysia many years ago, and say that, oh, why it's important to have the normal taxi services. So in that regard, to answer your question, no, we cannot resist. We need to embrace. In fact, we need to future-proof, meaning we need to upskill. We need to ensure that we raise the standards of our practice to ensure that even with an AI environment, we will be able to thrive and survive. I think I attended the International Healthcare Megatrends recently in KLCC. Now, the healthcare profession is embracing AI. They know, because it's essential as a way to manage healthcare costs, AI is the way moving forward. So communications is also a cost. And if we do not use AI, then that question comes into play. Now, even question like, oh, will the data be secured and all that? These are all things that is already being addressed even right now, today. I work with a PR agency partner based in the US. They have actually built an AI system that caters to the needs of PR agencies and in-house communication professionals. What do? They build in systems that even take in internal knowledge management systems, dump it in, complement with what's out there, and then you can do sort of that. And you can always have a system to check whether the data is verified, etc., and it's a secured system and all that. So that's not a hindrance, because technology is supposed to resolve all these issues. So whether we like it or not, it's going to be here, and it's going to stay. But the key thing here is then, how do we upskill? How do we ensure that we continue to make the difference? Now, if you ask me, we talk about future, the game changer of communications is not about AI. AI has arrived and it's going to take over. The game changer is how do we humanize communications? That's the game changer. Talking about AI is not going to resolve our problem. It's how do we humanize the work that we do? That's the game changer. So that's yeah.
So if let's say like in the here and now, how would we counsel or respond to this client that has asked for like that AI-generated press release and disclosure? Is there a point of counsel there right now, or do we say now that oh, sure, let's do it, client?
No, I think this is still quite, this is a consultancy issue. I think a lot of PR consultants face this issue. I think currently there's still a lot of ethical things, ethical standards that we don't disclose. I think in the US and in the Europe, there's already a lot of movement to put in place. I think in EU, they're going to regulate it, in the US and so on, where you need to disclose if it's AI-generated information. So I think in Malaysia or in Asia, or the parts of Asia, maybe that will come next. There will probably be policies and regulations that require that. I think a first step will be PRCA is issuing a code of ethics on that, and perhaps disclosure will be part and parcel of that whole process. And I think it's only ethical that if you use AI, you need to disclose it to the clients. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were discussing earlier how like this reminds us of when paid advertorials, right, were a thing, and how you had to disclose that it was an advertorial. I think how many of us realize now, right, that a lot of publications, they don't even put the advertorial anymore. And I guess questions can be asked of the newsroom, but let's look at ourselves and ask ourselves whether it matters anymore whether they put an advertorial sign there or not, because we just consume what's of value to us. So, and on this point, I want to segue more to like how every time we have a new change or a new disruption, there will be some initial resistance to it, right? We had resistance to social media, we had resistance to programmatic advertising and all that. So my next question is to Shireen. Being the only marketeer on the panel, right? We talked about commercialization, increasing business pressure, show the numbers, show the ROI and all that. And when you look at AI and some of the questionable things that's happening, like, top of my mind, deep fake influencers, right? They're not real influencers. They're already out there, especially very pretty ladies who have like 100,000 of followers or whatever it is, even though everyone knows she or it is fake, right? Will there come a time, you think, where brands, under the pressure of getting engagement, will use deepfake AI influencers, and whether that's something that we all just have to succumb to?
Okay, thank you, John, for that question. I think one of the, before I came to this conference, when I was invited, and I said, are you sure you want me to be on the panel? Because this is like a PR conference, right? And all of a sudden you have a marketer here. And, when we were doing our strategy, right, for KPJ, KPJ Healthcare we have 30 hospitals with us. We have 14 subsidiaries. We have KPJ University. So we are a big public listed company in a way. We have issues when it comes to talking about future ready, talking about resilience, right? So when we had our management retreat, our assignment is to not think about your question about 5 years or 10 years. We had to plan for a hospital 50 years ahead. I stop it there. How do you even figure what a hospital would look like in 50 years? Okay, KPJ is 43 years old, so by right, shouldn't be that hard, right? But the reality is that with AI, with everything that's happening now, deep fake or not, you just have to embrace it. And how did we generate our hospital? We use AI. We actually use AI to actually come up with a visualization of what a hospital would look like in 50 years and what the service level would be and what the technology would be. Of course, with the limitation of the current information. So when you talk about deep fake, it's the smallest of our concern.
What's the biggest then?
Yeah, I'm saying about future ready and resilient. I kept looking at the title, Future ready is not just 5 years. And that's what we are doing now. As a marketer, we are looking at what is practical, not just now, not just 5 years. We're talking about 50 years ahead. So, whether we like it or not, we don't want to be a Kodak. Tahu tak Kodak? I tanya my son said, what is Kodak? When you're producing the gambar, the film, what film? You mean the movies? No, that's what he said. And then when I showed him that, right, because he found the strip of the old, I forgot what the film, thing kind, the negatives. Yeah, thank you, the negatives, I forgot. So he went like, what is this? And I said to my son, that's what you process a photo with, and you get it in 2 weeks. He went like, what? 2 weeks? You mean 2 weeks buat dapat gambar? Yes, I said 2 weeks buat dapat gambar. And he went, what world were you living in? And that's precisely the question that 50 years coming will be asking us. And are you going to tell me that we are not going to succumb to all these technologies? I'm also, as I said, you mentioned about being an expert in UM, and I was also an adjunct professor in a few universities before. When I speak to my student, I said, you're all scoring 3.5, 3.8 CGPA, you had all these Dean's List or whatever. But if you go to a company now and trying to get a job and you haven't embraced technology and AI, you already lost it. Because it's for us on the ground, AI is a tool. Any tool can be misused. Any tool can be used unethically. So make sure that we embrace those tools and apply it ethically for the benefit of everyone, so that we are future ready and we are resilient. So that's my answer for your deep fake question.
That's a fantastic block and bridge, everyone. In answering a very hot question. But I guess I would take from that is like we have to be open to the possibility that, money talks, right, we said, and therefore, whatever we need to do to get our job done, but then certain guardrails need to be in place to ensure that we don't cross over certain lines, But, since we're going over to kind of like the dark side of things and, what could possibly go wrong, I'm going to turn to Shukrin now. So, Shukrin, having been with the private and public sector, right? I kind of like to ask, actually, if you kind of look towards the next 5 years, right? What aspect of this, of AI, the dark side of it, frightens you the most? Well, you can speak, I think, from a capacity of a communications practitioner, what frightens you the most, or even on a personal level. And the second part to the question is, what do you think, in the terms of how we set up our teams today, right? How can we kind of shape them so that we're ready for the threats that we don't even know are going to come from a crisis preparedness point of view?
Thanks, John.
Sorry, very hard question.
Yeah, we got a really hard question.
Okay, everyone can help.
So first of all, I think the foundation has been laid, right? It's here. It's not going anywhere. We've really got to get on with it, get on with the program, and we are at that point where that phrase, the only certainty is uncertainty is already a cliche, right? So we know it. So what we can expect is unpredictability. And how do we then try and get ready for unpredictability? And when you talk about crisis coming in a sort of an AI-driven world, we're talking about crisis caused by AI, maybe? What form does that even take, right? They're very hard to say, right? If we talk about a technical glitch at the airports, for example, how does it manifest? Is it going to send all my luggages to different planes? Is it going to get 2 planes to land on 1 runway at the same time? You don't know, right? So yeah, it's there. There could be AI cause. It could be a conventional crisis. You know, when we started out and worked on crisis training for people, we had these scenarios painted because we could think about them, right? It was your factory blowing up, or it was a corruption scandal, and all that. And now we can't really, right? Can't really predict what's going on. So getting ready for that. I was saying it could be AI caused, but if there's sort of a conventional crisis, AI could also amplify it, right? And then we'd be trying to chase after it, right? So trying to get ready for that. I mean, my first point to make is that in an AI-driven world where a lot of crisis is probably caused or amplified by AI, who better to help you with that than AI? Yeah, right? So harnessing that and having that come and help you with it prior to a crisis point, using AI to help you build your playbooks, to help you look at possible scenarios and all that. But I think it's also about not trying to use AI as the solution, right? But trying to use it as a bouncing board, right? Use it to test things, use it to give you things that you have not thought about, using it as a sanity check, right? And then building on it, because only you can really, right, put it together. So I think that's the first thing I would say, we're trying to think about how to get ready for the dark side or crisis coming in through that. That is it, you use it as well. Make it work for you, right, to counter it. But I just also want to touch on the point that there are some foundational things which I think we also still must do, right? And number one is, make sure that we are much more comfortable working in cross-functional teams as communication practitioners, right? And when today in very established organizations, your crisis response team, if you usually would have quite an established one, they are already cross-functional. But coming together in a crisis, you're still going to have to get over quite a few hurdles. I think we've got to normalize working regularly in cross-functional teams. For comms practitioners, it's really important, I feel, that you've got to get down to a couple more layers deeper into your organization, understanding the business, understanding your operational jargon and all that. Because you can't wait for a crisis and then hope that your operations guy is going to help give you all the pointers you need for whatever, right? The better you speak the language of your own organization, the more value you bring to the table as a comms practitioner. So I think we've got to get that going as well. There's also a couple more things I think when we're trying to prepare for that is, I did put it down. So I was talking about the foundation, right? Cross-functional things. So building on what you already have on your reputation, making sure your channels are well known and all that, and establishing your tone of voice. So people know if you've got a deepfake video out there of your CEO doing something illegal later on, you want people to be able to differentiate what's you, right? And you want people to then know exactly where to go for authentic information because you've established that. So making sure that that's always there. And last point I will make, and this comes from having spent the last 7 months or so with the government, right? Really importantly is keeping your stakeholders very closely engaged. I think when things blow up, when there's, we talk about it's a crisis or whatever, getting that message to be cohesive and repeated by multiple people within the ecosystem is really going to help you establish the truth. And that's one way we're going to try and stay ahead, a little bit ahead of AI, right? So, and that means, not calling your ministry or whoever your stakeholders at that point and say, just to let you know this happened, right? But calling them to say, this has happened, this is what I'm doing, this is my holding statement, I'm writing notes for you, Mr. Minister, right? So that then it's all cohesive and So that's what I think, right? You've got to, number one, use AI, but then you've also got to make sure that your fundamentals are really strong. Yeah.
Go ahead, Shane. Yeah.
Quick one, just to add, because I can't help that, these are the steps for things. But just one thing I want to just add is, in terms of crisis, one of the key things that's very important for us, especially for comms, PR, and also for marketing, when we want to manage the crisis, is actually using AI for our data analytics. That's very key. I think the fact that, now we have these tools to help us, in a way, anticipate, what could happen, number one, anticipate the damage, quantify the damage, and also help us to use this data analytics and all the, statistics.
Predictive models.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Predictive analytics is going to be very, very helpful for us to help manage the crisis and also to ensure our business continuity. Just to take that a bit further.
Maybe I'll just add on to it. I think we need to look at it, PR and communications, from a larger or broader sense. PR and communications is about building human relationships. AI cannot replace that. If we keep thinking about the content, the news release, that's where we are going wrong. And that's why we think that our jobs are is being threatened. But if you think that we are here to build human relationships, human connections, then our jobs are not threatened because AI cannot replace that. So we also cannot underestimate the power of the human mind. Obviously, original content creation, the best would always still be a human, right? Rather than AI. But AI is good at looking at aggregating 10,000 people's ideas and then make it short and sweet or whatsoever. But original content needs to come from you and I who are seated here. If we can generate original content, you and I, then obviously we still have a job. If we understand the meaning of how to build relationships for our clients, for our CEOs, we have a value to generate, we will still have a job. But if we are only good for writing speeches, if we are only good for writing news releases, then perhaps it's something that your CEO's pocket with a mobile phone can do better. I think that's something we must always remember.
If I may just, I think that we had really good responses. My takeaway from that is that the things that matter will always be the things that matter. And AI, as powerful as it gets, will always just gloss over that, but the fundamentals will remain the fundamentals. And as humans, like Andy said, it can never replace the relationship aspect. I think we talk about AGI and all these things, right? You always talk about computational reasoning power, but you never hear the word like inspiration. Yeah. I don't know whether AI will ever reach a point where it will be inspired to get like Shakespeare or Steven Spielberg or whoever it is, right? I don't know. 50 years from now, who knows, right? But the things that matter will always be the things that matter. And that's a good segue, I suppose, to the profession aspect, right? And talking about the human capital, talent development part of our industry. I think someone inferred it earlier today about how if we use AI, right, that kind of demonstrate that we could potentially be lazy thinkers or lazy writers. We spoke about this earlier, and I want to challenge that statement because, okay, in my agency, we can see everybody's prompting on ChatGPT. And based on the prompting that I see, it reflects to me as to whether someone actually is a good thinker, a critical, analytical, contextual thinker. And I wonder whether you guys want to argue this statement about whether AI, is it just for the lazy thinkers, or will it actually separate the wheat from the chaff? And, the people who actually use it well are actually the consultants of the future. Yeah.
I would choose the last part. Because I've always think any technology up till now, right? They are mostly enablers. They help us to do what we do better, faster, perhaps to a certain level, more efficient, and more effective. Okay, I'm guilty of ChatGPT things. Including, my question before I came in here was like, what are the challenges that the PR community now face in this current situation with AI? Coming to this conference. Because I may not have all of you to engage beforehand, but I use AI to understand what perspective that or challenges that you guys are facing so that I can better address you in this conference. So I have like a long answer, but I don't use that answer word by word. I just use it to help me prepare, to make me understand, appreciate what's happening, what's going, and in a way also to get data. So to get some statistics and data so that I can perhaps use in this conference. So am I guilty of lazy thinking? Am I?
No, efficient.
We can say it's okay. It's not about lazy, because I want to be effective with you. I'm not a PR person. This is not what you guys are doing day to day is not what I do day to day. And yet I'm supposed to address all of you in a PR conference. So that's what I do. It's ChatGPT. But I hope that I'm addressing your concerns. So I think it's all about being, knowing how to use the tool to move forward and to be able to do things better. And you're absolutely right. When you're talking about human, I don't think we are replaceable. If we are good, if we are good at what we are doing, AI should help us do better. That's all.
Okay, I've got a question about, since we have a lot of students here, right? Prerequisites for CVs of the future. There was an article in the Star about how 71% of employers say that they would like to see some sort of AI skill or prerequisite in a CV. What do you think are going to be important skills for those entering the industry of the future? Do they need to say, I can prompt something, or Andy, maybe as an agency here, what do you want to see in the CVs coming to you?
I think the hard skills doesn't change. Or hard or soft, whatever you want to call it. The skills doesn't change, but obviously I do it the other way around. I think obviously it will be harder in terms of the quantity of people that we require probably in the future. In the past you need 10 people, now you need 5 because with AI you reduce manpower because of cost efficiency and so on. I think that's a reality that we all need to accept. But I think the challenge is the other way around, i.e., it's a lot more competitive, I would say, in the future, where people who are entering the industry would have to have a lot of competition. Competition in the sense that you need to be really good to stand out, because being able to string a sentence together is no longer enough, because AI can do that, or anyone with a ChatGPT account can do that. In the past, if you can write a sentence, a writing test, whoa, let's hire him, or her. In the future, it may not be necessary anymore. But we would still go for a person who knows how to think, knows how to strategize, knows how to creatively plan campaigns for clients. I think that doesn't change. But it really makes it a lot more challenging for young students coming to the industry, because the expectation for you is a lot more higher. And I think that way, I have full sympathy for students coming into the industry, because number one, there's less places, because in the past probably I hired 10 associates. Today I will probably hire 5. And when they come in, there's probably less opportunity where you work with seniors to write, page by page of content, because today you just leave it to AI to generate it. So there's less opportunities. But then again, you are also given more time to do more value-add work, to do more things that may be very mundane in the past. So all the old PR folks will remember when we go to work last time at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, the first thing you do is you do media monitoring. I still remember my old boss would say, any PR consultant worth its salt must monitor the media. But today, who does that? Right, we are forced to sit in the conference room, newspaper, page by page. And then
count the PR value with ruler.
Yes, count. And then they even tell you, page 32, New Straits Times, what section is it? Who cares today? Right, but it's really, you got to move on. And that's where I think the challenge is today.
That is absolutely right, And I was just telling that anecdote. I was with Andy in that PR consultancy. Was it 20 years ago? And I was relating that story to my couple of interns, right? That we had to physically cut out the newspaper, paste it on paper, and then fax it to clients. And I expected them to ask what a fax machine was, but what I got was, surat khabar, So it's, very, very, very different. But how about, making it how we want to frame that today for people to still see the relevance of PR and all that. I think I would definitely, want to look at people who are very comfortable with AI. And I said it earlier is that it's not about people who are going to use AI to as a solution, right, to deliver things very quickly and without thinking about it, but someone who's going to use AI to up the quality of their work and their deliverables, right, which means you have to be very comfortable with it. So making sure that you want to use it and that you have access to it, I think that's definitely a prerequisite for bringing people into the industry today, right? And I think when we frame the profession, the PR profession for younger people today, they are obviously a different generation. And I think as people who unfortunately can actually say, 20 years ago, we do have to get over ourselves, right? It's great that we've been there and done that and all that, but this is their time. And I would say the framing of the profession now really is, this was the original influencer profession, right? Before there were actually influencers around. And moving forward, I think the constitution of communications teams really will have to change, So what I think I'll be looking at is trying to populate a comms team with skills like data analytics that you mentioned. Because when we're going to communicate, Andy said it, the profession, if you want to frame it for someone, it's about making meaningful connections to certain people, right? I don't think younger people today are really looking for a career in comms. I don't know if they want a career at all. I think they want a mission, right? Yeah, I think they want a mission. They want a purpose. So we got to frame it that way for them. So if I can build a communications team that have these different types of skills, got data analytics, because how do you make a connection? You got to tell a really good story, right? You got to make sure that it's compelling enough, and data is going to give you that. But then you need someone who's going to find that pattern in your data so that you have very compelling stories to put out there. You obviously need your content creators because they're creative, they understand the trends, they understand what makes people want to look at your content. You maybe also want people in behavioral psychology because they understand what makes people tick and then how to then create things that will connect. So I would really imagine that moving forward, 5-10 years, the constitution of comms teams will need to be very, very dynamic and have a lot of different roles coming in it. Right? And then you tell this group of people, look, your job in PR is to make very meaningful connections with this group of people and this group of people and that group of people. You've got really amazing people in your team who can do very cool things. You've got access to the greatest tech and all that. Go and have fun. And then see what you can get out of it, right?
Yeah, and when I interview, I would ask, even the younger ones, the students, what is their mission? What is their purpose? If they say that this is just a job that they want, they won't be shortlisted by me. Oh. Because I want that. What is it that, what is that greater purpose for them? Because I think for this generation, that's what they're looking at. I have a 24-year-old boy. Yeah. You don't talk, if he doesn't see the purpose, he just, whatever. But when we look at the new generation, when they want to come and, get a job or whatever, with that purpose, we also look at them, how have they embraced the technology, not just AI, all the technology that's available now, to enable them to be, one level up compared to their peers. Talking about comms, talking about marketing, data was one, to be able to understand, to have data analytics, understand your target market, understand the segmentation of the different societies. Now they are not like before. They are the segments are a bit more, how would I say, tighter than before. Dulu, to a certain level that you can say, okay, T20, M40, B40, right? Now, all of a sudden, they became T15, what do you call it? M60, what was it? B65 or something like that. I was like, since when? I don't know how they slice it, right? But precisely that's why we need the data analytics and also you need predictive analytics. But what about AI specific, right? you come in to do marketing or you come in to do comms, you need to be able to tell your story well. And nowadays, you need to be able to use technology to come up with videos, to come up with short segments and stuff like that, to come up with your even corporate videos without AI. Anyone will still have traditionally developed corporate videos nowadays? You know, I don't think people pay attention to it. So you need all these youngsters coming in to be able to use that to help them address the markets, the segment, as part of their comms or their marketing roles. So that's, so it's something you can have the first class degree with you, but if you don't know how to capitalize on these tools and embrace them and upgrade your skills with all these tools, you won't be able to stay long in any career or purpose that you are in.
Thank you, panelists. Yep, okay, I've been given the signal that we have to wrap up soon, but I'd like to open the panel to the floor. If anybody would like to ask questions. Okay, I think CT's hand went up first. Okay. 2 hands. Okay. And then let's see if we can get to your question here.
Thank you for calling me out, John.
Oh, my pleasure.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chia. I'm currently an intern in the Smart Investor. Thank you for that. AI, ChatGPT, all these tools that we have been discussing about today. What would you want to see from us? I'm on the dark side here. I'm the media. We talk about content development. We talk about content creation. I talk about content credibility. What would be your counsel, your advice to us as a media intern to take the media business where you want it to be, where we want it to be in the next 5, 10, 15 years, with AI or without AI? Because we at the Smart Investor, we have totally shut out ChatGPT and AI. And one of that reason is because that we want people to put credible content. And also because I was Kay Schlim's protege. So please, your counsel, please.
Oh, panelists, anyone want to take this?
I'm just trying to make sure I got the answer correct, right? But I think, I don't think that AI would jeopardize your credibility. You know, I think it comes down to how you use it, right? And again, I mentioned earlier, right? It doesn't have to be a solution. It doesn't have to, go to ChatGPT and say, write me a great article about investing in the stock market or whatever it is, right? And send it out there. But it's about asking them, I want to do this thing about, stock market investing, right? These are some of my thoughts about what is happening today. And I know there are certain trends now. Is there anything else that you would add to it and all that? And like I said, use it as a bouncing board to create something and own that last product. I mean, that final output still needs to be yours. It means going through it and say, is this me? Do I subscribe to what I'm saying here? And as Andy mentioned it many times, is it going to connect to who I'm trying to speak to, right? I think that's where authenticity and credibility come together with the use of AI. But the other thing I would say also to media, and especially very specialized media like yourself, is the reality of audiences today is we're just way too fragmented. There's absolutely no more mass communications, right? Doesn't exist. So we've got to come to terms with that and find your audience and create your space in that pond. I think that's what we've got to do.
I think AI and credibility, there's no relationship. AI is a tool behind the scene. Credibility is like a human reputation. You built it. Doesn't mean I use AI, I don't have credibility. If I use AI with a lot of responsibility and ethical standards, you can build a credible brand with AI. There's so many global, so for example, what builds reputation? It's the institution itself that practices good news reporting, good comments, commentary, doesn't spread fake news, for example. That's how a news organization is built. Whether it's fueled or engined by AI behind, but if there is counter-checked and all that, then that's okay. The same thing with healthcare. The reality is hospitals will use AI. Surgeons will use AI. But that doesn't diminish the reputation of the surgeon that performs the surgery, because he or she uses AI to support his surgery. So in that regard, it's the same, my advice for the media organization, focus on what you do best, building relationship with your readers. Don't worry about AI. AI is your back-end tool. Doesn't mean you ban it, it's not good, that's up to you. But it doesn't mean other media organizations that uses AI is not reputable. I disagree with that. So that's my thinking.
Sorry, Shri, can we just ask the ma'am there for her question? I'm just going to hold you on that. Yeah. Yes, miss. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Wani Suryanti. I'm from Indah Water Consortium, National Sewerage Company. I'm in-house, in-house practitioner. You see, when we have KPIs to adhere, we have budget that we need to get from the board, approval and all that. And a lot of time, every year, year in and out, the board will be expecting high results, but giving me peanuts budget, right? I mean, that's in-house, yeah? So my question to the esteemed panelists, what methodology or what way can I evaluate my brand, my PR campaign, the success of the PR campaign? Is PR value still valid, or should I just go for CTR, social engagement? What is the best methodology for me to evaluate the success of every campaign that I run based on the budget that was given to me by, the organization?
Well, Shireen, that's a great question for you, since you are just going to the mic from a marketing communication perspective.
Yeah, okay. I think because that's PR, right? So I'm coming from marketing. Yeah, well, yes. Everywhere we got peanuts, man. Especially when you got public listed, even more peanuts, I tell you. But but having said that, I tend to see the technology is actually enabling us to do more. That's why I encourage my team, I have some of my team members here, to just go and use technology, because otherwise, manpower will cost more. Getting agencies is so expensive. So we actually do a lot of things in-house as well, using technology, whatever tools that we have, right? In terms of measurement, okay, yes, we used to have this brand value, media value, etc. But now, if I measure my team from marketing and comms, I actually look into share of voice. For example, share of voice is saying people, how many of you will actually recommend us as a brand or as a hospital for people to come, for example. So maybe find in your share of voice what criteria that will actually help you measure that. Brand equity is another. In terms of marketing, I guess we can see from our numbers lah. The revenue, whatever that we get. So that's where I would measure. I used to measure media value before, but I think I'm running away from it. And just to touch a bit on your question just now about integrity and ethics and stuff like that, I didn't say that much because for a brand like us, that's a given. For a brand that's 43 years old, we can't afford to risk losing the integrity, the trust, the ethics. So whatever that we use, whatever technology that we use, especially you mentioned about healthcare, right? We use AI and technology to save people's lives. An example, before this, if you have to do bypass surgery, bypass for heart surgery, right? You have to cut open right here. You have to, what do you call it? Gaji your tulang. It's right now, okay. I'm trying to keep the layman term, kan, potong kat sini. Now, you can have bypass just using robot and AI, just drilling a hole here, minimally invasive surgery for bypass. 1 week, you can drive a car already. You cut here 3 months, also you're still lying down. No joke, right? So who are we to turn away AI? But it doesn't stop us from being ethical, doesn't stop us from preserving our trust with our patients. It builds trust better in terms of integrity. If it saves costs, it saves you from staying in a hospital for 2 weeks. You stay 2 days. Why not? So going back to that, I think share of voice is something that I would go for, but I think it's up to your industry juga, how you do it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think like one of the more progressive frameworks is to use OKRs, objective and key results, because every organization, industry sector is different. So you got to go back to the objectives and specifically what you're trying to achieve. And depending on the channels and tools, then you have like your engagement rates, you have like, how many cases you're close. For Indawater specifically, I don't know what the objectives and what you measure as a picture of success. But OKRs are quite progressive in terms of that, because you set a baseline and then you measure from that. Yeah. Okay, it's been great, guys. 1 hour just flew by, and I know more people have more questions. I think we're all going to be hanging around, so please ask questions. I know Sai wants to ask a question. Maybe in one short sentence, what do you think is a mindset that existing practitioners must have today to make sure we still have a job in the future? Short.
Our industry is being disrupted. If we don't wake up, we will be dinosaur. So I think it's important for this industry to realize why PR is being searched less, because our industry has never had so much disruption, but right now we are seeing so much disruption. We can sit and complain, or we can do something about it. I mean, stand up and make the difference.
Oh, great, thank you.
I think as we move forward, PR and comms, we need to make it valuable, right? I think over the years, I feel that PR and comms has gotten a seat at the table, right? You see more and more comms heads and all that being part of the ExCo or being part of the topmost senior management teams, which means we've got a seat at the table. We've got to earn it, and we've got to do our part to keep it, and which means bringing more value to the table, right? And that means harnessing things like new tech, AI and all that, but also really ground in to the business, to the sector, to the industry, right? So that you can bring that value to the table. So
value,
keep it relevant.
Yeah. It's always about value and impact. Yeah.
The only thing that's constant is change. I think that says it all. Have a mindset that embrace change for the better. And I think that, any change for that matter, and make sure you make a difference, make sure that change will enable people, make their job easier, and continue to make a difference, especially for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that it's been robust and you got things to take away. I'll end with saying this. One thing I tell my team, right, is when I started my career, I would have had no idea that 20 years down the road, we will be doing what we do today. And it is thrilling. It is thrilling. And I can't wait to see what we're going to be doing in the next 20 years. And I think that's how we should be really looking at our profession, because it's exciting, it's dynamic, and this is what we do, why we do what we do, isn't it? Right? We love it. Right? So thank you, my esteemed panelists. Thank you, everyone, and I bid you all good evening.
A big thank you to our panelists and moderator for that very engaging discussions. And once again, we have a token of appreciation to give to the panel. With that, we'd like to invite Stephanie Brockman on stage to present the mementos to our panelists and also moderator. So it looks like the future of PR and communications is in good hands with all of you leading the way. All right, thank you once again to the panel of the Communications Industry Roundtable. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a little something fun for you before we bid farewell. A lucky draw as promised earlier. Now, I believe most of you have dropped your name cards in the bowl during registration this morning. And now we will choose that one lucky winner who will be bringing home cash, 500 ringgit. Who wants 500 ringgit? Yes? Your name card better be in that bowl for you to have that chance. For the lucky draw, we'd like to call upon Professor Bani, along with Sharina Mazlehan from Media Outreach Newswire, to come up on stage to do the honors. So we'll be choosing one winner for this lucky draw, and this winner will be bringing home 500 ringgit in cash. And there's the bowl full of your name cards. Are we ready? Let's do it. All right, so we have a name. This 500 ringgit is sponsored by Media Outreach Newswire, by the way.
Okay, the lucky person is Intan Tatiana Putri Jafar from Perbadanan Kemajuan Negeri Perak. Are you still here? Going once. Going twice. Your cash is flying away. One more. Indah Water. One is Suryanti, one Ahmad.
Congratulations for winning 500 ringgit. Perhaps the question that you asked us now gave you the opportunity to win the money. Thank you very much to Sharina from Media Outreach Newswire. Professor Bani, I believe the next slot is yours. We're excited to move on to the PRCA Malaysia Showcase, where Professor Muhammad Said Bani CMD, President of PRCA Malaysia, will present the MPRS 2024 Declaration on Public Relations Practice and Professional Standards. Ladies and gentlemen, the man behind today's summit, give him a big round of applause, Professor Bani.
Okay. To be honest, this is a surprise to me. So I'm going to read this. Okay, thank you. First of all, thanks. I love today. Thank you very much. This wouldn't have, been, to me, it's very successful. I love all of you. I love whatever the committee has done. Everything has done well. And Ross, thank you very much. Dato Kamalanathan, thank you always for your support. And of course, my EXCO, always supporting me. We don't work in silos, we work together, we are supportive of each other. There are agencies here from Perspective, SPRG, Vox, Eureka, and so many more, Roots PR. We work together as a team. So this is what we've been trying to achieve for many years, and I think we've done it. And we will continue to support each other. This is what the industry is all about, and this is what the industry should be. And Jonathan, where's Jonathan? There you are. Okay. So Jonathan is from Vox Eureka. AI. So thank you, everyone, for your active participation in this year's PR Summit. Today has reaffirmed the immense responsibility and opportunity we hold as communicators to shape narratives, foster trust, and inspire positive change. The launch of PRCA's Code of Ethics, I'm very proud of this. We worked so hard on this, which also, as I mentioned earlier, includes the code for AI and ChatGPT, etc. This marks a significant step forward. It provides a framework for transparent and values-driven communication that aligns with global standards of integrity and professionalism. This is not merely a guide, but a call to action for us to reevaluate our principles, embody authenticity, and ensure our work reflects the highest ethical standards. We leave this summit with powerful takeaways that will shape the future of our profession. Number one, collaboration is key. Collaborate within, amongst agencies, collaboration between agencies and in-house practitioners. We are here, PRCA Malaysia, to also help and support in-house practitioners. If you need advice, if you need whatever else, services, and be part of PRCA Malaysia. And we've got our partners like Practitioners Society Malaysia, Datuk Kamalanathan, who has always been supportive since you started. So we are going to do this together to change the landscape of the industry. Number two, communication is leadership. So we cannot forget that, like what Datuk Sharon said on the panel just now, leadership is nothing without communication. Communication is nothing without leadership. Is that what I said? Yeah. And number three, embrace change. From AI and climate change to demographic shifts, we must adapt our practices to meet emerging challenges while keeping trust at the heart of our work. I agree totally. We need to embrace change. Otherwise, we'll be left behind. And we also need to understand the fact that before we embrace any change, we must understand what the change is all about, and also we must be able to work together to achieve change. We cannot achieve change in silo. And finally, ethical storytelling matters. Your values are what make your audience listen, so that's what our Code of Ethics is all about. We hope you will support the Code of Ethics, and when it goes online, you will pledge your support for the Code of Ethics. And I count very much on Dato from the practitioners, other practitioners, whether agencies or in-house, and all of you to come together to actually join PRC and come up with programs moving forward this next month, and we hope by next year we are coming up with a number of programs to push forward this Code of Ethics and integrity. And coincidentally, this month is also the National Integrity Month. So that's why we took advantage of launching this. So as we celebrate PRCA's 25th anniversary, let us also reflect on the role we play in shaping the future. Communication is a superpower, Ross. Communication is a superpower, as Ross Monahan aptly put it, capable of transforming organizations, communities, and nations. Let's wield this power responsibly to unite practitioners, to unite businesses, and most importantly, to unite society and the nation. Elevate our global standing and champion causes that matter. To close, let us commit to amplifying the collective voice of our profession. Let us reframe narratives to inspire, foster mutual respect, and connect authentically with our audience. Together, we can build a stronger, more ethical, and future-ready PR industry, one that continues to influence, innovate, and drive meaningful progress. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much for your support. And we hope we can all move forward with purpose and passion for the industry. Thanks. And everyone, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Professor Bani. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we officially wrap up the Malaysia PR Summit 2024. thank you for joining us and making this day memorable. We hope you are leaving with valuable insights, fresh ideas, and new connections to help shape the future of PR and communications in Malaysia. Have a wonderful evening, and we can't wait to see you at our next event. Take care and goodbye. Here's to resetting, reframing, and reimagining PR and communications. Thank you.